Open your mind. Your mind. Your mind. Your mind.
Let me see the fucking. Where's he at?
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
And so, a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The Popular Thought Series.
3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks to the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you with all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up the paper or TV over and over and see white families? You think of the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 40 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? Think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license, just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Sac Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. Your mind. Your mind. Your mind. And we are back. Peace, folks, and welcome back to another edition of the Popular Thought Series right here on the old T.P.O.T YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why you are here. Special show tonight. I have assembled probably some of the greatest YouTubers that y'all know and love tonight. You will see them all here tonight. Trust me, you can think of the great YouTubers, you will see them here tonight. And the crazy thing is, I didn't even tell all the other ones that I was bringing these people. But anyway, before we get started, y'all know I always like to start off with thanking you good folks for your likes, your shares, your subscriptions, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to do it. You don't have to watch these damn videos. You don't have to subscribe to this damn channel. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins on this platform. But you good folks choose to do so, man. And I want you to know, man, that I do not take it lightly because I don't take you lightly. All right? I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative, man, for everything you good folks do for me and ultimately for this platform. And I just want you to know, man, that I thank you. I know y'all get tired of me saying this all the time, but I'm going to continue to do it as long as you continue to support this damn platform. I'm just saying. All right? All right. Let's get at it. Like I said, some of my favorite YouTubers will be here tonight. They'll all be here together because I know many of us, we have different points of views, but I think a lot of us have one common interest. We have one common interlocutor. Well, actually, we probably have a few. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start bringing some of my favorite YouTubers up. We start out with the sage, Brother LAR, and of course, the man himself, Brother Super Sly. What's good with it, brother?
Hey, what's happening, everybody? LAR, Tom Brady.
I hate your guts.
I am glad to see both of you brothers. It has been a while since either one of you have been on here. I don't know which one of you I like the most. Y'all pretty much running neck and neck as far as, you know, my favorite YouTubers. So, you know, it's a tough draw. Brother LAR, man, it's been a while since you've been on here. And you are probably one of the deepest YouTubers that I know. That's why I call you the sage, man. You like the old man sitting on the mountain and shit, man, where everybody goes to, you know, hear that wisdom. You know, you're sitting up there in the lotus position and shit, and you know, people go up there to hear these pearls of wisdom. And Brother Super Sly is probably, now I know people will be mad at me because I say this, but Super Sly is probably one of the straightest shooters on this platform. I don't always agree with him, but I think he's hell of a straight shooter, and he too is one of my favorite YouTubers. And the two of you probably are, yeah, I gotta be honest, it's probably been the biggest gap that I've had as far as YouTubers coming on. You and LAR. So I appreciate y'all agreeing to come tonight, man. And there's more folks to come up on here too. It's gonna be a full clip, man. We're gonna have some of the greats up here tonight. So let me start here. First and foremost, what's good with y'all, man?
Hey, thank you for the compliments. I'm truly humbled. I'm just happy to be here.
Brother LAR, what's good with it, man?
Everything is great. I just hate Sly. I hate Tom Brady. And you know, we have this type of hate relationship going.
Okay. Now, the reason why I brought you brothers here and the other brothers, because maybe y'all have noticed, because I know I have. We have these interlocutors, right? And these quote unquote interlocutors appear to be somewhat obsessed. They claim we're whack, they claim we're garbage, they claim we're lame, we're all this kind of crap. But somehow they continue to watch. They continue to use our clips. They continue to make videos about us. And y'all know me, I don't really get into this stuff. But once you start, because taking my clips I don't care about. Actually, I'm somewhat flattered that you like to use my stuff. But when you start taking my shit and you start taking other brothers' stuff and you're using it out of context, that's when I have the problem. Especially when you're constantly talking about us and you never take the opportunity to talk to us. I would never talk about Brother Sly or Brother LAR. And then when they extend the hand to me and say, hey, X, we need to rap, I say, no, I don't want to do that. To me, that doesn't make any sense, all right? Maybe because I'm an old nigga, I do stuff the old nigga way, but I'm never going to sit back and talk about you and make video after video after video about you and never come to you and talk to you about whatever my problem is. To me, that just doesn't make any sense. Am I wrong here?
No, you're right.
And one thing I've noticed is that it's not just one person. It's not just this one person. It's quite a few people. And I don't really watch these people like that. I really don't. Usually when I see stuff like that, someone's brought it to my attention, you know, because maybe I just don't watch enough YouTube. I don't know. I get, you know, like we all got our little minions or spies, whatever you want to call them, where they send you shit. And, you know, I've been sent quite a few things. And I'm like, I'm looking at this shit, and not only do I see me, I see Brother LAR, which I totally don't understand, because Brother LAR is probably one of the most measured people here. I see brothers like Sly. And it throws me off because I say again, you have all this much to say about a particular person, but you won't say anything to this person. I just don't get it. And see, I don't want to go the route, because I've never went the route of, you know, trying to copyright strike somebody or flagging their channel. That's not the route I often go, you know, because I see people use my stuff. I don't really care about it. But once you get to the point where you're using my stuff and others and you're doing it out of context, I feel like this, man, something got to be done. All right. You know, unless you're going to finally come, you know, out of your coward shell and come address the brothers that you have so much of a problem with, you know, unless you're going to do that, something has to be done. Now, the reason why I'm mounting on these brothers here is because I want to know what should be done, if anything. Any one of y'all can chime in on this whenever you want.
LAR, you got it.
You got, oh, thanks. These guys really don't have talking points. So a lot of the stuff they do is, I took your video, I took a point in your video. I'm not talking about the whole video, like you said, not talking about the context, but what is their actual point? Other than, I don't like what you're saying in this particular video. Because to be perfectly honest, this space is way more diverse in content than people want to give it credit for. So if you're focusing on one thing and you don't want to talk to this person, 9 times out of 10 is because you've seen how this has gone with other people who tried to have conversations with these people intellectually, and it didn't work the way you thought. So a lot of the guys are very accessible and willing to, and don't play this I'm here and you're down there game. So I mean, to me, Okay, give brothers free promotion on a half story. Why don't you just say what video it is though? You know, say the other videos that came after that and before that. But you know, it's a clown move, but I'm not surprised.
Brother Super Slaughter.
So here's my issue with it. Now I remember 6 months ago, because I made a video and I asked brothers to address it. When he made the first list, when he had the website up, and he misidentified a whole bunch of guys that were not in the space or had way different ideologies and belief systems outside of the sphere. I told guys, y'all better get on this. This could be a problem. Everybody kind of laughed it off. Oh, he's a nobody, blah, blah, blah. He's not a threat. Now all of a sudden, like LAR said, he's taking people's clips out of context. So clearly he has his own ulterior motives for doing so. If he wanted to hear it directly from the horse's mouth, he comes to the horse. He has no incentive to do so. So I don't think he wants to get the full story or the correct story from who he needs to get it from. I think he's okay with watching from the sidelines and taking what he thinks he can use to fulfill his narrative for whatever case. But brothers had time to jump on this and kind of stymie this in the beginning, but no one took him serious. The only person that had a half good idea was MOT. And here's another issue what I have with the sphere. Had it been politicized, you could have made it. Somebody could have made a phone call to IU, a representative, and say, "Hey, we represent this particular faction. We have representation. One of your PhD candidates is slandering our group of individuals, and you could have kind of shut that down, but they didn't because they don't. And now we're having this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, when it first took place, I actually did gather a few brothers together, and we talked about it. And I think brother MOT was there that night, and I even went as far as, because I reached out to the brother. You know, I reached out to him because, you know, that was during the time where I was doing all the debates. You know, y'all know I was doing the debates heavy duty back then. And I reached out to him. I said, look, man, I said, you know, all these dudes, you know, that you got on this list and all these dudes that you talk about, I said, man, I'm kind of connected to all these guys, you know, so any one of these guys that you want to talk to, I mean, you could come up on, you know, you could come up on T.P.O.T, which is pretty much neutral ground for the most part, and you could come and say what you got to say. What I basically got back was, y'all are beneath me for the most part. I got back, you know, we curse too much, it's too much profanity, we're too, I don't know, you know, too vitriolic, if you will, you know, and I'm paraphrasing, all right? I'm paraphrasing. So that being the case, I'm thinking, well, if this dude wants to say all this stuff and put everybody on lists and all that kind of stuff, but he doesn't want to come and talk to the people, fine. We'll go ahead and we'll sit down and we'll talk about it, you know, because it was a few of us, like a handful of us, you know, it wasn't a lot of us, like 4 of us on one night, I believe. And the next thing you know, all this other stuff is coming out. All these other videos, all these other clips I'm getting sent, getting clips of other people, you know, and it's not just like it's one person, it's everybody. It's all of us. It's not even like it's just me, just Brother Sly, Brother LAR. It's everybody. It's everybody. So I'm to the point now where I'm like, look, if we can't circle the wagons around anything, we should be able to circle the wagons around this. Now, I like what you said, Brother Sly. You said that people looked at it like it was nothing in the beginning. And I don't think it's this colossal thing. I don't think, you know, the world is ending because of this. But I think some type of action needs to be taken at this point, especially if you're going to continue to take everybody's stuff. Forget the fact what you say, all right? You can say whatever you want. But once you get to the point where you want to use everybody's stuff, you know, especially use it out of context. I think that's a problem. I will stifle nobody's speech, say whatever you want. But now you've gone to the point where, you know, you're just kind of throwing things together. And the ironic thing is, these people, because it's not just one person, I say again, their ilk claim that all of these brothers are so lame, they're so whack, they're so detrimental. But I see a lot of editing. I see a lot of audio. I see a lot of clip gathering. I know I do some editing and audio. I have a brother who does some for me. This shit takes time. You're investing a whole hell of a lot of time on people who are beneath you, who are lame, who are vitriolic, who are all these things. But I see you investing a whole hell of a lot of time into these people. Am I wrong here?
They're investing more than time. They're willing to. The funny thing about like YouTube, right? You can actually use a person's video in a reaction video. That is a popular thing. So that way it doesn't take anything out of context. That format actually, for some, it carries a lot of steam and a lot of momentum. If you don't want to do that at this particular juncture, you're doing that on purpose. Because it can cut out your editing time. You can have your talking points. You could have watched the video and stopped it and broke it down a million different ways while you're going through. But that's not what they want to do. But the other thing about it is, a lot of this stems from they don't like what was said about Black women, right? And here's the issue. The news gives us the content. There's a story every day, multiple stories every day, multiple instances of something happening. It's like, look, hey, if you feel like these guys are just going in on women, you know, why don't you find all the men's stories like this? Let's see how hard that is. You know, let's see what happened with Sharon Osbourne trying to check in Sharon. Let's see if you can find the black male version of that on TV and talk about that. Maybe you could find the black strippers that was doing a commercial when it's time to vote. Let's see if you can find that. You know, then you got a whole lot of content. You know, let's see if you can find a black man who was in the U-Haul for All-Star game. Like, you can find it. Then you can have, like, look at what they really doing out here. That's all you got to do. Only problem is you're going to have a hard time finding that stuff on a consistent basis.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And before I go to Brother Slide, and this is the thing, brothers. If a group gets under your skin that much, where you feel like you want to go into the history of it, don't you think you should be going back further than 2 or 3 years? Because this stuff is way older than that. I mean, you know, you have these people talking about the history, you know, of all of us, you know, the history of the quote unquote space. I didn't know history only went back 3-4 years. I didn't know history only went back since you came on. I didn't know that was how history was. So if you really want to get into the history of guys, because I haven't been here that long, all right? But I've been here long enough where I've seen this space go. Some of these guys who are if you want to call them the originators of this so-called spear thing, I used to interview these guys on my radio show when I was in radio back in 2015, when they were doing blogs in their bathrooms and inside their cars. All right. Boy, this whole YouTube shit got big. So if you want to try to piece together some type of history, I think you need to go back a little further. This week, I had a brother on here, Tuesday, who's been on YouTube since 2005. All right? And he was talking about the spear. And he talked about where it began, who started it, how it started. And he told me some things I didn't know, because I damn sure ain't been on YouTube since 2005. And he talked about the history and how it evolved and how it came about and who was part of it. Named names. All right? He named names of people that you could look up, which I might do later on tonight. So if you plan on giving a history lesson, I think you need to go back a little further. You know, being that these people claim to be these intellectuals and claim to be these academics and all this kind of stuff, it seems a little disingenuous that you're not really doing any real research. I mean, if you're going to take it there, at least be as accurate as possible. Because going back 2-3 years, man, you're not talking history, man. You're not talking history at all. Because a lot of the people who started this, you don't even see anymore. But go ahead, Brother Sly, you got it.
Well, yeah, it's more than disingenuous, but if he was to actually do the history, it would hurt his argument to a certain extent, because those guys back then were nowhere near as, I would say, as loud or boisterous as 2.0 per se. All their arguments are sound, but the way they brought it out is a little bit more calm and a little, a little bit more laid back. Us moving forward, we're like, nah, we're just gonna say what it is, and you just take it how you take it. So if he were sincere about getting the history of it, it would hurt his argument. Half of the accusations he accuses the guys of doing will be kind of null and void. So then that will force him to kind of have to rethink or go back to the drawing board to come at us at a different angle. So and then on top of that, I'm sure he's not working alone. I'd be hard pressed to think this is a one-man army doing all this, spending all this time gathering all this information or this intel to present this in a package to be shown in a different light. I'm sure there's people gravitating towards him and his message, but yeah, he clearly has no intent on presenting it in a fair, just being objective in the very sense. So clearly he has an ulterior motive of slandering and putting us in everybody in a negative light on purpose.
Yeah, well, what I'd like to know is to what end? To what end?
It's not going to work. My bad.
No, I was going to say you'd have to ask who would benefit from his perspective or his presentation. Who would benefit from having us being shown in a negative light? If you can find that out, if you can answer that question, that would kind of follow the breadcrumbs, and that might lead you to where what the end game is. I could be wrong, but
agreed.
I'm not gonna say he can't be effective. I'm not gonna say he can't grow. But what I am gonna say is he probably should have tried this at a different time, because now it's too late to paint this narrative the way he wants to, because of the amount of attention this space has gotten and the amount of influence it has at this particular point. Because even what argument can they have that actually work? Stop talking about people like that who are doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing. Stop showing footage of real life situations that are real life situations that people probably shouldn't be doing. I don't like the way you, because there are certain, there's a certain guy. Okay, Derek Jackson is big, but his message is fading because of this sphere, in a sense, because women have gravitated to this space, and it's like they're at a crossroads. So their negative rhetoric and negative narratives and all of that, it's not even working for the demographic they wanted to work for. So what is he going to do then? Because you got it, you right, you the backbone, you strong, you the queen, you should never be talked about no matter what you did. You know, that argument ain't working. Yeah. I mean, there's the two sisters, and I guess the Hispanic chick or the Asian chick in the YouTube, not in the YouTube, in the Uber video that just came out. These arguments cannot stop the current events that keep happening.
Yeah. Yeah. There's only so far a BS narrative can go. I mean, the shelf life of it is never that long. And not only that, to say that this is all they talk about is just straight BS. Especially when you see shows up here and streams up here about tech, when you see shows up here about putting brothers on, you know, for jobs, money, and real estate, and everything else, to like hollow out this one part and say, this is what it's about. It's sort of like going into a gas station. You know, you go into gas because every gas station is also a deli now. So you go in there and you say, all they selling here is candy bars, right? But meanwhile, there's other shit in there. There's soda, there's beer, there's chips, you know, there's sandwiches, there's cigarettes, there's all this other shit there. But you go in there and you say, all they sell is candy bars, which isn't just disingenuous, it's a lie. It's a lie at this point. At this point, it's not even being disingenuous. At this point, it's just a straight up lie. And one thing I don't like people to lie about what I do. I don't like people to lie about what I say. And I also don't like people to lie about what the brothers do or what they say. Because guess what, man? When you start lying and you continue to lie to the point where I guess you believe it too, as you try to convince others, man, we got a problem. Yeah, we got a problem. We do. One thing to say things about somebody, things about the brothers. It's another thing, man, to just come out flat out lie. And that's why I contacted y'all, because of that, because of the lies. All right? The criticism, whatever, fine. Critique all you want. But if you're going to critique, at least tell the damn truth. But go ahead.
You're right. But say if this was a university and we are the football team, and every year we go to the national championships. The school itself may be one of the best technical schools in the country, but all we're known for is our standout football team. And the problem is the most popular rhetoric in this space is women. Good, bad, or indifferent. Let's be honest. No one's coming to listen to tech about tech 500-600 people deep. They'll show up 500-600 people deep at 9 a.m. to talk about women. So you're right, but the optics are, yeah, they talk about women a whole lot because unfortunately we spend more time talking about women on the majority of the panels and of the spaces.
Okay, I'll give you that. Brother LAR?
Yeah, we do. You know, but here's the irony of this. the same people that criticize the space are the same people that don't see when the men go at each other in this space for doing stuff that we feel is effed up. See, you could have these guys are bashing women argument over here, but you have this side of guys who go, look, I'm getting at these dudes because I don't like the way they maneuvering, even when they're trying to talk to women. So that infighting part, those people leave out also. So to me, it's like, you know what? We talk about women. The other thing is, what y'all think we're going to talk about? Like, we're not about to talk about our relationship experience with men because we're a bunch of men who like women. Like, I don't know what else you're looking for. This ain't
what
matter. Like, my bad.
Well, what I don't understand is whatever happened to just changing the channel. You know, with your TV, if there's something on you don't like, what do? You flip to another channel. You don't sit there and watch it and be like, God damn, I hate this country western music program while you watch 45 minutes of it, while you watch an hour of it. It's like, I don't know, man. I guess that's just me. I don't hate watch. I've never disliked the video, all right? Because guess what? Even brothers that I'm subscribed to, and I say this a lot, if y'all are doing shit that I don't want to watch, I just turn it off. Well, you catching them all next week or something like that. I refuse to sit and watch a video for 30 minutes, an hour and a half, just to sit there and see how much of it I don't like. I don't believe in self-torture. I don't believe in self-punishment. So if I don't like your shit, I don't hate on you by hate watching. I hate on you by not watching your shit. That's how I hate on you, by not watching your stuff. Is that's how I show my hate. I just turn your shit off. So whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to just turning the channel? Well, is that not an option for these people?
Oh, okay, now push back, because there's a certain female that let everybody tell it they all hate this woman to death. She talked the most disparaging things about black men all day, every day, yet and still. Who's in her chat? Who's giving her money? So it's a lot of people that do some hate watching. Matter of fact, this is pretty much almost built on hate watching to a certain extent. Now, it's one thing to watch somebody you don't like to gather points to want to attack them for a debate down the road, but a lot of people that don't like us for whatever reason generally tune in to watch just so they can fuel their disdain for us or whatever, to justify them watching it. See, I don't like them. I gotta watch them to make sure. I gotta keep my eye on them. So that's a lot of times they're justified in their own way to do so. But I can see if you got a debate coming up and you need to study your opponent, look for weaknesses, chinks in the armor, that I can understand. But just to watch somebody you generally don't like, I can't do it. But guys are guilty of this 24/7. 24/7. So
that's true. Why y'all ain't telling me my damn echo was on, man? I didn't even know.
Oh, it's your show, brother. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Nobody said anything. I've been talking through the damn echo chamber the whole time. God damn it, nobody said anything. That's fine. I get that part, brother Super Sly. I get that part. But my thing is this. I mean, if you got such a problem with me, what I do, what I say, and you continue to watch, that makes me believe that maybe you're not a hater after all. You're a fan. You're a fan. I mean, even though you claim, you make all these videos about me, you say I'm whack, you say I'm ugly, you say all this kind of stuff, but I constantly see clips of my videos on your shit. Constantly. I constantly see you making videos about me. That leads me to believe that you're just a fan perpetrating as a hater. Can that be true?
Man, you about to make me almost cuss some imaginary real people out. Uh, you know what really winds up happening is people get upset at you when the information you give them, when they practice it, is actually effective and practical.
Mm-hmm.
The fight is with differing ideologies, and now I believe this. Okay, well, see how that works for you. It's not working the way I want it. They say do this, but I know they're crazy. And then you do it. This actually work. No, they can't be right. I'm gonna do this. What I was saying again, it's not working. I remember they said do this. That worked too. Uh, I hate these guys, but I'm implementing everything they say into my life.
Hmm.
And then it becomes, I hate you, but I need you. And I'm not gonna say we don't have some issues in the space. But what I am going to say, our positives far outweigh our negatives because of the effectiveness of the things that we've done.
Mm.
And what people don't want to admit is if even if we talk about male female relationships, if we were so bad, the women wouldn't come to this space looking for advice.
Mm-hmm.
Because they ain't getting it on the female side like that. That's a problem. The guys who want to be, girl, you know what I'm talking about, because I know one of the people alive right now I was a PUA and a MGTOW and the incel and the red pill, and I'm thinking to myself, if you got to go all the way back to PUA, that's what, 10 years ago?
Somewhere's about.
So people don't do that no more. So what are they
I,
doing now? My bad.
I I just don't like the BS shots. When I was talking to, and I guess he won't mind if I mention his name. I was talking to brother Wacky, um, and like I said, he says he's been on YouTube since 2005, which is quite some time. All right, 16 years. Um, and he told me about a story where a guy killed another YouTuber. I know y'all familiar with it. Her name was McGowan, I believe.
Ava.
And this guy, he killed her, then killed himself. I didn't even know this part till I talked to my man the other day that this dude has quasi connected the brothers to this guy, even though he had
It
nothing
didn't
to do with
exist.
any of us. Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with any of us. And like I said, when he did this was 2008, 2009. So this was way before this whole quote unquote space was even created. All right. But he tried to connect it all to the brothers here. Like, we were all palsy wowsy with him and we all knew him and we hung out with him and all this kind of nonsense. And that dude there was on here probably before most of us was on here. That's what I'm talking about. When I talk about the lies and disingenuous stuff, that's just one instance of it. That's just one instance of it where they try to connect things from that era that happened that were horrible, egregious. Of course, you go and you kill somebody. But none of that shit had anything to do with us. Because I say again, that shit happened before most of us were even on here.
Well, it seems every iteration, every generation has its own horror stories. And now in our time now, there's a couple YouTubers in New York that got killed, murdered. Um, the 6 degrees of separation thing, it happens. It's real. I don't know why people would think it doesn't apply to online spaces, but you'd be surprised at who knows who
Mm-hmm.
if you reach out far enough.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sometimes we are guilty by association. situations where the one guy oversees whatever, and then all of a sudden it kind of washed onto everybody else to a certain extent. So that's no one's fault. But if once the space grows and the popularity kind of increases, obviously the reach and the touch is getting out there, and people kind of tend to like, well, I know such and such who knows such and such, and so on and therefore. So when a tragedy does happen, you wouldn't be surprised if someone knows or who's close to that situation or kind of knows something offhand to a certain extent.
Yeah, but can I blame Super Sly, who just got on YouTube? Say you just got on YouTube a year ago, and somebody I knew got killed in 2016. And maybe you, Super Sly, have the exact same talking points as this guy who went and killed somebody I knew. I can't leap to 2021 and say, well, that Super Sly, he talks about the same kind of stuff as the guy who killed the guy I know did. Would that be truth?
No. But it's not what's true, it's what you can prove. And if I can establish a link to somebody and have you even question it, be like, you know what, that is possible. I got you. That's all I needed to do. I don't have to speak on anything else at that point. The moment you can possibly accept or you think it could happen, it's over. I got you.
And we've been joined by my brother, Nick Taylor. What's good, brother Nick?
Talk to me, big dog.
It's good with it, man.
Man, I literally was driving and I done parked the truck outside, and I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna come in here and kick it with y'all. And then when I'm done kicking it with y'all, I'm pushing it to the yard, park it, and go home.
Yeah, well, I told them that I would be assembling, some of the greatest people on YouTube that I know. With more people,
you messed up.
More people to come.
Man,
so,
shoot.
How long you been listening, brother Taylor? How long you been listening?
I literally sat down to the computer and logged on, so I haven't heard anything. I'm going to have to listen to the restream when I get back to catch up with y'all. What's happening, LAR?
What's up, man?
Shoot, there he is, right? That nephew. LAR movement still moving.
Well, the sage, man. I had to get the sage here, man. It just wouldn't have been complete.
Now, look at this. You got two Texas boys and a California. What man? Hey, LAR, we got him, bro. Don't worry, we got him. What's going on? So what? So what's the record? So what happened? What happened? Bring me up to speed.
Well, we're pretty much talking about what the topic is. The incorrect espousals of obsessed interlocutors. With the word obsessed stressed, because I believe a lot of these people are freaking obsessed.
Oh boy,
they're obsessed with us. They're obsessed with whatever they think the space is. They're obsessed with how much attention it's getting. I think some of them are obsessed with the amount of money they see people making. I mean, I can go on and on with what I think they may be possibly obsessed with. So I'm pretty sure you can chime in on that, brother Taylor.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not tipping the scales in any way, shape, or form on no monies from no YouTube. I'm not. But I know people that are. But just because, hey man, let them make their money. I mean, the people, I noticed the one, I could be wrong, but the ones that seem like they got a big problem with somebody else making something is somebody that ain't contributing to them whatsoever. So if you're not contributing, then why are you worrying about the content or how much person this money makes off of his content? He or she, and I just said he, but you know what I mean, he, she, because you got women that that's running them coins too. Mm-hmm. And now here's something else, and then you have this. Well, Xavier, Brother X, you ain't, I mean, I agree with these 19 things you said, but that last one I don't like. So you were feeling, you were this, you were that, you were that, this, that, and other. How come you ain't say this? When you gonna talk about that? And then you get stuff like I've seen you and say it before, Slide and done it. And I see the LAR. I say out the LAR way because when he decided to cut Lou, he be cut. I mean, I just sit back and watch. He cut him on the cool though. I don't even think they realize they've been cut till afterwards. But like, why is it that I gotta talk about what you think I should talk about to be feasible? And if I don't speak on what you want to talk about or how you think I should view it, then I'm a this and I'm a that and I'm a the other. Okay, that's why how many videos I got, Slide, where I tell people this is what you do. You got a YouTube channel because you here effing with us. Turn your camera on, hook your microphone up, and make your point. Stand on your score, stand and deliver. And if people, here's the thing, if people believe in what you're saying, they're going to follow you. If they don't believe in what you're saying, they won't. So that's what tells me why I'm like, dude, and I had one dude, I'm like, dude, you been on YouTube 2 years longer than me. You got just as many videos and you don't even have 1,000 subs. I said, it don't mean that you're a bad person. It just means that people ain't following what you're saying. That's all that is. But you get mad at people. I don't like Sly. Why? Because he in the music industry. Okay, then don't watch him. I don't like music industry people. So why are you watching Sly's videos? I can't stand Texas knuckers, especially them East Texas knuckers. Okay, then just stay off a LAR channel. Now, is LAR talking about you? Did he make a video, put your name in the title or any of that other stuff? And the thing is, when I asked him questions, I know what I did. I handed them a bucket of paint and a roller paintbrush because I'm painting their ass in the corner because I already know the answer before I ask them. The answer is no. LAR ain't said a damn thing about you. Nothing. Or
No.
what you believe in or hate, but you just don't like him for whatever reason. But that's whole shit. That's excuse me. That's estrogen laced. Okay. I expect that from somebody that's oozing with now when it's a chick, I don't even get mad because I expect it from a chick. You know, they engineered that way. Some of them they can't help it. Testosterone, estrogen. And when you argue at me and you sound like a chick arguing from a man's body, the only thing I treat you like a chick. I just cut you off. You can go that way. I'll go this way because I don't argue with hoes. I just don't.
That's time wasted.
Yeah,
Time
and that you're
wasted.
not gonna get back. Okay, arguing with your chick means nothing because no matter what it is, as soon even if you right, she's still gonna switch. What X? What about when I told you I needed that oil change in January 2008? And you what? You know what I mean? All that means is you won. That's all that means. But the estrogen in me won't let me shut up, won't let me go my own way. I mean, a lot of guys talk to you. I'm sorry, I'm going off on a rant now. A lot of guys talk to you the way they watch they old mama.
Don't get me started on that, boy. Don't get me started on that.
They talk to you. They try to address a man like they watch they old mama address them dudes that's in and out of their house, or people on the street, or people yelling at people on the TV. So they figure that's the way it's supposed to go. So I know I talk to Sly the same way my mama used to talk to her boyfriend. You can't talk to a man that's been raised by men like that. You just can't. If I was talking like that, if my daddy would probably come out of the grave and say, boy, what the hell are you doing? I know I raised you better than that. But they saw they mama do it and hit a sad part. She got results. She got results from that weak Negro that she was beating her gums at. So her son grows up and figure he can do the exact same thing and achieve the same result. Where here, I got news for you, sunshine. You know what I'm saying? You would do. You would do. Yeah. So the stuff that your mama could get away with would get your shit pushed in, get you pushed down a flight of stairs. Metaphorically speaking, I would never do nothing like that. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? But things that a chick could get away with, dude, you probably won't. You ain't gonna get away with that if you come across the wrong dude. So strengthen your argument, base it on facts and not emotion, because once you start getting emotional, you lost me. The only thing I hear then that sound like I'm listening to Charlie Brown's motherfucking teacher. Wah wah. Wah, 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 wah. And you could even be right, but you done tainted your argument with an estrogen late, almost said the B word. You done tainted your argument with that B talk right off the bat. So right there, I don't want to hear nothing else you got to say. And that's it.
Yeah, there's always, to me, you know, when you deal with certain people, because, you know, we're talking about the obsessed ones. They're always moving the goalposts, but they're not moving it farther. They're moving it closer so they can get an easy field goal.
Yeah,
they're moving it closer.
Yeah.
Yes, so they can get an easy field goal. So, you know, you hear this stuff, and me, you know, it's got to be serious if I'm involved, because I don't really get involved with this kind of shit. You know, that's not really my style. I don't really get involved with this kind of stuff. And what I think often happens, people mistake my absence from this kind of stuff as, you know, as me being some type of soft target. Let me be the first to tell you motherfuckers, nothing can be further from the truth. And I feel for some of these people. You know why? Because, see, the world is getting smaller, right? And we talk about how things happen to people outside of media, where people get hurt and shot and all this kind of stuff. The world is small. So I feel for some of you folks, because, see, when I go out about my life, I don't really have to watch my back. I don't have to worry about somebody maybe popping up because I said some bullshit to them on the internet or about them. That's one worry I don't have in my life. Can you say that?
Yes, I can, because I don't bother anybody. I mean, look, you a business owner. You a business owner. Me and you both business owners, right? Now, granted, I'm small, but I still, you know, but it is what it is.
I'm small too. My shit's small too.
I bet you right off the top of your head, you can name 2 names of people that was cool with you when you worked for the man, and then when you went on your own, you too good to deal with them.
I'm telling you.
Did I strike a nerve?
Preach.
I preach. And you ain't changed nothing. The only thing now isn't, like I told Sly. I remember it was a couple of years ago. I wasn't talking to Sly. We were just on the same thing. We was on there with O'Shea. LAR might have been there too. When somebody, you know, the loudmouth ones, y'all know who they used to. Said, dude, the difference between me and you. Let's start at first square one. I signed the front of checks. I don't sign the back of checks. And Sly hit me. We wasn't even that cool then, but he was like, man. He said, I had to give that one some thought. I said, dude, I don't sign the back of checks. I signed the front of the checks. I said, so when you I said, whether you sign at the front of 2 checks, 20 checks, or 200 checks, until you start signing the front of checks, you need to check yourself down a little bit. Because you need to check that quarterback, you need to check down that cornerback is pressing my wide receiver. I ain't throwing that way. You need to throw some other way, because you throw it to me, I'm pick six in your ass. Go on somewhere with that shit. They don't get it. And I bet, and going somewhere, that's pick six. I'm doing the Deion, I'm holding it up after the intersection, and I'm doing the high step, going the other way. I'm doing the neon Deion dance in the end zone. Dude, stop it. So but what did you do, X, to make them people treat you different than what you were when you was punching a clock instead of people punching yours? Nothing.
Not a goddamn thing. Nothing.
Exactly.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. I did move into a bigger house.
But what did you do to them?
A few more cars than I had before.
But what did you do to them? What did you do to them?
That's what I did.
No, I mean to them.
They took that personally. Me moving into a bigger house.
How dare he do that? Yeah, how dare he move away from me and get a better car? But in the same situation, don't you think they had done the same thing?
Absolutely. And I wouldn't have expected no less of them. I mean, hey, you know what you're supposed to do. I mean, I've been working a long time. So I think I deserve a bigger house at this.
I'm like, I need a house with less steps. I mean, I'm getting my legs and knees getting bad. I'm jumping out of perfectly good airplanes for 10 damn years. You know, I mean, shit.
I need a bigger yard for my dogs to run around in, you know, that kind of stuff. You know,
well, my dog, he got 7 acres that he got to run, so he all right.
It's like that's the thing, all right, and then I'll throw it to the brothers. You come up here, right, and I have respect for many brothers. I mean, many brothers have been on my channel, right? There's not too many people you can think of and name off the top of your head that have not been here. They may not have been here in a while, but there's not too many people you can call their name and they haven't been on this goddamn channel. And I'm not just talking about people in this immediate space. I'm talking about people outside of the space as well. And I pride myself on that I'm able to get these brothers to come on. That's why you always hear me saying only on T.P.O.T media, because some of these people that you see on here, you won't see them nowhere else. They ain't going on nobody else shit. They ain't trying to be over there. They ain't trying to come here. They ain't trying to come there. And I pride myself on that. And I'm not talking about little names. I'm talking about the bigger, higher tier people. You can think of them too. They black ass done been on here too. Yeah, they've been on here too. And I pride myself on that because, see, I try to have an equal standard baseline respect for all the brothers that's on here. Now, mind you, there's a few motherfuckers on here that will never be on my shit. All right? Never, ever. Ever.
Well, some people are just destructive by nature.
Yes.
They seem like their only mission is to disrupt and destroy, because they can't build anything. Because people that don't have shit and don't want shit will try to tear up your shit to keep you from having shit.
Yes. And in kind, try to turn others against you as well. But go ahead. I see you about to explode, brother LA.
No, I'm gonna let him, because I done watched him.
Y'all priming me. Y'all priming me right now, like a old Y'all priming me right now.
I see you about to goddamn explode. You got it.
with the lion, with the moving the goalpost, with the destructive. Look, you're not finna get LAR. You finna get Joe. Okay, this how I think.
Wait a minute, goddamn it. Here we go. The sage is speaking. Hold on. Sage is speaking.
I'm gonna tell you, I like this, and I'm gonna tell you why I like this. If the America has been getting exceedingly and exponentially stupider by the day. So if you like that, let's go down this road with you. I mean, fine. You know, the Manosphere killed a girl that when the Manosphere didn't exist, the Manosphere was the executive producer for 2 Live Crew records. The Manosphere is actually, they actually drew Pepe Le Pew, you know, because at the end of the day, let's move the goalpost some more to the point where you look, the Manosphere, it does not understand why Michelle Obama is telling the boy it's okay to be a girl, but telling the boy he's messed up to be a boy. Let's just go let's go all the way down this rabbit hole. You know, fine. Everything is our fault. The Manosphere, you know, started with Mr. in the color purple, and it's been holding black women down ever since. You know, let's move this goalpost. You know, it's my fault. It's all of our fault. You know, the Manosphere gave Nelly the credit card that he swiped down the stripper's button tip drill video. Let's just take it, because this is how far you're going to have to go to even be heard. Because all of these things and conversations and antics, they're not adding up and they're not making sense. But we're mean, evil people who talk about things that happen in life. And here's the unfortunate thing. Is it the Manosphere's fault? For you guys who like the Manosphere, is it the Manosphere's fault that a woman did to you what the guys were talking about in the Manosphere? Is that our fault too? It's the Manosphere's fault that she dumped me and left me for another dude. Right. It's the Manosphere's fault that, you know what I'm saying, I ain't got no money in the bank now. All right. Let me guess. You 30 with erectile dysfunction, and it's the Manosphere's fault that you can't afford Cialis or Viagra. Let me guess. This is what we're doing. This is how far y'all starting to sound as crazy as everybody else in America, getting mad at everything. You know, what we gonna do next? Let me tell you what happened. You know, this guy was, you know what? It's the Manosphere's fault that somebody got dunked on. Yeah, everything is our fault. And what's weird about it, since you're gonna move the goalposts and you're gonna lie on people, so you're gonna lie. So what do you feel about Charlize Theron running around putting her son in a dress? See, when the Manosphere talk about that, you don't say nothing. What do you feel about guys saying that the Democratic Party is not really what's up for black people? Nothing. When guys talk about reparations, nothing. But it's all about sex and women. No problem. Since it's all about sex and women, and it's wrong to talk about women and sex. No problem. Could you cut the porn off on your phone, please? Because everybody in the Manosphere know you got it on your phone and on your computer. Could you stop double tapping and loving them girls' pictures on Instagram? Could you stop DMing them chicks, since all of y'all are so, you know, these women are so good creatures and you men are so bad? Well, how come you toss a salads in the back of a Taco Bell? You want to explain that to me? Y'all don't. So I like the fact that all of these people go around with all of these talking points and they're so mad and they're so upset. And the vast majority of what they talk about don't make sense. So if you got another thing, if y'all got another, and I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut up this rant. Since we're so bad, why don't you, how many videos do you have to go through to find us lying? Once you pick each person's page individually, some people got thousands, some people got hundreds of videos. Find a video where they're lying. Let's really put you to work. Since you can't do that. And I know people have made videos that people have lied, knowingly or unknowingly, but it's real hard to find. Because people are far more truthful than they are lying. So let y'all do. I love that y'all. I love that y'all doing all this stuff. To be perfectly honest, because you're gonna look like a nutcase. These same people gonna have quote unquote red pill rage. I see it. I see some of the videos. I don't care. The reason I don't care is because it sounds like LeBron James would be the best wide receiver in the NFL right now, but he don't play football. That's how it comes off. And since and for you guys in particular, since you such women's savior, how come you can't get a woman?
Ooh, I knew it was coming.
You got a damn cabinet full of half used up lotion bottles. How come you can't get a woman? Keyboard, wall, can't pass that black light test. But it's all our fault.
I think that one gonna fly past it.
Oh, absolutely. They have no idea what you just said. I mean, you might as well have been speaking. Might as well have been speaking Swahili right then.
No diss to nobody, no diss, but I think that's gonna shoot past a lot of people.
What does he mean? What does he mean by that black light?
Yeah. Your white wall is white for sure. That's what I mean. You know, I don't. Most of the guys in the manosphere are either married, in relationships, or they're actively dating. I don't know what's wrong with the rest of the people.
Yeah, but
the
2 or 3, they want to beat up the mass for a handful of people. I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I don't know who wants to follow the sage.
Dude, how do you follow that? Go Sly, because I can't.
There you go. You got it. You got it.
I hate Tom Brady.
You got it, brother. You got it, brother Sly. You got it.
Don't no white Jesus slander tonight, okay? But
yeah, because that's white Jesus.
Part of why he will never, the main interlocutor will never come nowhere near these spaces to debate his point. No matter how I feel about people, there's a lot of sharp guys that can pretty much poke holes in every little theory argument that he could bring to the table. They could pretty much render him null and void. He knows this. And then on top of that, this is almost like the Colosseum. You know, gladiators, you know, everyone's been tried and tested, battle scarred, battle hardened when it comes to this debating thing. Like, we've been through it. So it would take a special individual with outside thoughts and ideologies to come here to stand, you know, firm against the barrage of arrows he would be facing, not only from the panelists, but from those in the chat as well. And I don't think he's built like that, because if that were the case, he would have already been already made his presence known. So I don't think you'll never get him one-on-one. It's too easy to box him in because too many guys can do that. And I'm talking lower tier guys. Before you even get to the, you know, us's, you know, the B string would have already watched him already. So he knows, you know, we're on point with the messages and the narratives and the examples to prove his point. So, you know, if you think he's going to show up, he'll never show up in person. What he'll do is hang around fringe people. So I notice he'll hang around fringe channels that are not too pro, not too against. They're just on the cusp, right? They're cool with everybody. He shows up there, but he'll never come, you know, let's say here per se, to kind of debate his points, even in the chats. So
absolutely not. And I know he hangs around here. I know he hangs around here because I was telling my man that I went through, you know, my block list, because, you know, a couple people wrote me, "Oh, X, man, your bot blocked me," because, you know, I got a bot in my chat, and it's unforgiving. And I was going through my block list, you know, to, you know, get some of the people out of there that had wrote me and said the robot had blocked them. And what do I see in there? What do I see? His channel.
I'll be damned.
Now, What that tells me is that you were in my chat at some point, and either somebody clipped you or that bot clipped you. Now, why would you, with all the shit you got to say about me, why would you be in my chat writing? For what? I would never come to your chat and write a damn thing. Why are you here? Why are you here? If it's so bad, see, this is what I don't like. I don't like that jilted girlfriend shit. All right, that whole jilted girlfriend syndrome, as I talk about. Like, you know, you have a girlfriend, right? You've been with her 5, 6, 7 years, right? Y'all break up, go your separate ways. Now she talks about she didn't like the way you wore your hair. She didn't like the cologne you wore. She didn't like the way you walked across the carpet with your boots on. No, she talks about all this shit. But wait a minute. He did that for 7 years. So you never had a problem with it then. Now you have a problem with it now that y'all are apart. You should be glad that y'all are apart because, hey, you hated the cologne he wore. You hated his hair. You hated the fact that he tracked mud across the carpet. So you never talked about it then, but you talk about it now. So this is the conclusion I come to. Either you pretended to like it all that time, or you never, ever really, truly liked it, but you waited for that mad day to talk shit about it.
That's
so
crazy.
It's like this jilted girlfriend syndrome that a lot of these people have. Like, because if you look at some of the so-called obsessed interlocutors, right? A lot of these people used to hang around these guys. They used to hang around the LARs, the Super Slides, the Nick Taylors, the me's. And for some reason now they're disenfranchised. You know, maybe they've had their Jesus moment and realize our messages is full of crap, right? So when you go to where these interlocutors are, that's who you see. The people who are talking crap about you, these same people used to sit next to you on panels, man, and laugh and joke and all that kind of nonsense. They be in your chat. They might have even hit you in the head with a super chat. But now the breakup has happened. Y'all have broken up. The breakup has taken place. So now you get the jilted girlfriend rhetoric. You get the jilted girlfriend soliloquies. Oh, well, I never liked the way he looked anyway. I never liked what he talked about anyway. Oh, his chat is lame. His channel is lame. But wait a minute. You go back 6, 7, 8, 9 months. You see this person's avatar on your videos. You see this person's name scrolling up the old chat replay. So I say again, it's the jilted girlfriend syndrome. Am I wrong here?
No, you're right. As far as I'm concerned, you're right, because I didn't had it. And the thing is, the part that kills me is why does the jilted people expect you to crawl in the mud with them? Because that's one thing I noticed. Certain people that so-called hate me, I'm not going to argue with you. Look, wrestling with that person is like wrestling with a pig. You both get covered with mud. You know, you just covered with mud, but here's the bad thing. The pig likes it. The pig likes it. That's the only difference. The pig likes it. The muddier the pit is, the better the pig likes it. So, yeah, well, y'all both covered with mud. Yeah, but he likes it. That's the difference. Cognitive dissonance. And I literally had somebody giving me gum say, What the F is that? They ain't never heard of such. I'm like, well, dude, you on a computer. Try looking it up. Just tell me what it means. That's why you don't know anything, because you sit back and expect to be spoon-fed everything that you feel that you should know. But then now you got this. Now dig this, X and LAR. Dig this one. Like you said, you have somebody that's cool with you. Everything's cool. Then they decide, I don't like LAR no more. Well, why not? Well, LAR done this video about these baby mamas, and this one chick, she had 3 kids by 3 different dudes, and LAR said she was being irresponsible. Well, if she has 3 kids by 3 different dudes, I think that qualifies as being irresponsible, especially if she wasn't married to none of them. Well, no, she wasn't. Yeah, but he didn't have to say it like that. Say it like what? Say it like what? Did he say he hopes she die, or somebody set her on fire or drown her or something? No, but he shouldn't be talking about her. He don't know what she went through. He do know what she went through. At least 3 dicks. At least. Because she got 3 kids. But I mean, come on. I mean, dude, it's like they want to justify bad behavior. See, I'm not mad. Okay, yeah, this guy carjacked this lady, but LAR ain't have to say he was happy the guy got arrested. LAR don't know what the guy was going through to cause him to carjack. Hey, he carjacked this. So you see what I'm saying? They're more concerned. The victim, screw the victim. I want, you don't know what this guy was going through that caused him to carjack this lady. Like, she don't need her car. She don't need her car to go to work. F the fact that she paying notes on it and that it's her car. Then I done seen people, man, that car wasn't worth shit anyway. Dude, you know what I mean? Or are you kidding me? They justify bad behavior. And if you don't join them on justifying that bad behavior, but you will probably, especially when you get to talking about single mamas, forget the fact that this person forget that we talking about. I had dude get mad at me about talking about the girl that put the glue in her hair. Because of course she didn't put the glue in her hair, right? She didn't do it. Somebody else held her down and put the glue in her hair, right? I'm like, she got now. I ain't even know she had kids, because I ain't even mentioned nothing about no kids. Didn't know. You dumb as hell. You dumb as hell. I say it now, I say it then. Yeah, but she got $20,000. How dumb is that? I said, if I gotta embarrass the hell out of myself to get $20,000, I don't need $20,000. I said, but they literally, man, you concentrating on the wrong shit. You ought to wonder why she gotta make herself look like that to be accepted by motherfucking dudes and this, that, and other. So she went to the extreme, and then chicks join in, and that's when the super simp comes out. And these Negroes, all it take is a chick to join in, and they crank it up a notch. They do like E40 in that Captain Save a Hoe video, when the dude run into the phone booth and bounce and turn around in the corner and come out with the big ass in the cape, doing the Cabbage Patch dance. Captain Save, look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. What's that fool name? Captain Save a Hoe, man. And here they come. So forget and then I'm like, wait a minute. You dumb enough to glue your hair. You a school teacher and you got 4 kids, but I'm supposed to wonder about what the hell made you do that instead of just your ass being dumb. So you want to attack me for acknowledging her stupidity instead of you wondering why these people do this dumb shit. You should have saw X. I don't know if you saw this, LAR. X. There was actually dudes talking about the chick in New York that was buying a bottle of wine, and remember the dudes followed her outside and one bit her face and all that other stuff.
Yes, I remember.
I watched not on the video I done on it, on somebody else's much way bigger channel. I watched dudes commenting there. We don't know what tone she told him no, she didn't want him to buy her wine in. I shit you not. I bet you she knew him. She must have called him out or dogged him out somewhere. You can look at the video and tell that they didn't know you know what I'm saying? They wasn't like, hey, you can tell. It was dudes justifying what happened. Now, but this the same motherfucker, because they switched teams so fast that if you say something about a baby mama doing some fuck shit, hear that same motherfucker coming. But she was a baby mama. She was a single mama. But it's okay because I guess you got it in layers. Well, I'll defend the chick unless it's a simp doing the attack. Now, if it's a simp or a white boy, then yeah, I'll go ahead and if it's a white boy or a rude boy or a real dude, yeah, then I'll go in. But it's one of my simpletons. No, she had to say something, dog. She must have said something, dog. To justify you following somebody outside and y'all roughing her up and biting her on the face.
Yeah.
This is the type of males, because all males ain't men. Because hey, y'all, I think we the last generation. I think we're it. Of the men's men, the what I call the pipe hitters union, I think we're it. I think I'm telling you, I look at the males that's coming behind us. Not all of them, of course, because I ain't met every young black male in the United States. But we see it all the time. Look at them. Who's the main one doing the video and when chicks is fighting, pulling each other's weave out? It's some dudes with their pants hanging under their ass. Right? Talking about World Star. This shit going up tonight. But that same dude, I bet you some of them single mom, but let X say something about the one that was kicking that one in the stomach. Oh, X, you don't know what fuck you talking about. Shit, you just another.
X, you're a coon. You're a Sambo.
You're a coon. You a Sambo.
You're a sellout. You're a tap dancer. You're a soft shoe. I've heard that kind of crap before. Because see, this is the thing. It's not that you're not allowed to talk about it. You can talk about it now. You can talk about, and I talked about this the other night. You can discuss the guy who shot the 6-year-old. You can discuss the girl who left her kids in a car and they died. You can talk about the guy and the girl who left their kids home by themselves and they burnt the fucking house down. You can talk about it. But see, what you got to do when you talk about it, you have to remember, you cannot blame the people who did it. See, that's it. Do not blame the people who did it. You must connect it to some other shit. You must connect it to the white power structure. You must connect it to the mysterious white man who just dumped a truckload of guns in the hood. You must blame the person who made the stove that the 7-year-old was cooking on and burnt the damn house down because his parent left him home by himself. They don't mind you talking about this stuff now. You can talk about it all you want, but see, you must not blame the people who did it.
Yeah, it's always somebody else's fault.
Yes, you must find someone else to blame, because if you blame the people who committed the offense, you're a coon.
Well, look in your own chat.
I don't.
But Nick, World Star was created by your generation, pimping. What does that mean?
Well, on top of that, I believe he was Haitian or Jamaican.
I'm not Haitian or Jamaican.
Right, to add insult to injury. So he wasn't even FBA or whatever the case may be. So he was an immigrant.
So I'm part of because we're generationally close means that I made the chick beat up the other chick and the dude film it and yell, "World Star is going up tonight." Somehow that's connected to me.
It's your fault, Brother Taylor. Don't you know that?
See,
Well, I
It's
do
your
now.
fault.
I mean, now
and it's definitely your fault if you talk about it on your YouTube channel. But I see Brother LAR about to bust again. Go ahead, man.
I'm sorry. I do not understand. Like the last 3-4 years, I don't understand certain black people anymore. Because I'm tired of hearing, we're acting like this because of social media. It's your phone. It's the music that we listen to. You could cut it off. You ain't had a CD in 15 years. This idea that the white power structure does this to us. Last time I checked, because I've been black my whole life, we didn't used to be worried about mainstream America. We used to always say they was biting and they was always stealing. It wasn't I can't believe the people that play. And now I'm at this point where I'm tired of you fake hood people. Who, it's the struggle. I'm a product of my environment. I'm so tired of you kids who your parents from the hood, but you not. But now you act like you really from the hood. But if we drop you off in the hood, you so uncomfortable. They got a lot of safari children out here running around trying to be hood and come back to their nice little home. And what this has to do with all of these kind of arguments and conversations is a lot of black people, y'all ain't. See, Joe Biden told y'all ain't black and y'all still voted for you. That's how soft you is. Now you running around here blaming everybody else like y'all said because you can't cut off Netflix. You can't cut off Instagram. You can't cut off the radio to your own car. And then when somebody gets shot, that's somebody else's fault because, I came up so hard. You ate. I come from a generation where we didn't eat. You arguing about, right. I don't know. I have not heard anybody in 25 to 30 years talk about a syrup sandwich, a sugar sandwich, a tang sandwich. I ain't heard not one of y'all say y'all had to crumble up newspaper and use it as toilet paper. I ain't heard it. I ain't heard none of y'all have to just have flour in the house and have to figure it out. And you guys who are mad at this space for talking about things, you're those type of guys. Your mama didn't buy you Jordans, and so you upset. Nigga, don't nobody care. You did have Jordans. You was a cool kid. Now you're not cool no more because you bald head and you fat. I'm supposed to care? What I'm about to say is about to be real disrespectful, but I'm not gonna cuss.
Uh-oh.
I'm sick of you failures at life who continuously, you got a PhD in failing and sucking at life. And now it's everybody else's fault. It wasn't everybody else's fault when you thought being a stripper was cool. It wasn't everybody else's fault when you thought, going to school just to get high. So you actually got a college loan debt, but you owe the weed man just as much as you owe. Y'all want to play this game like y'all victims, but y'all ain't victims. If you could just, for 1 minute, walk out of the church, cut the porn off, look in the mirror, look at them skinny jeans with that fat stomach you got over the top of it, take the weave off your head and look at your receding hairline with your protective style having ass. Look at your life. Look at where you live. Look at your thread count in your sheets. You still got the same thread count you had when you was 13. You still asking people for money, and you 47. And all of this is our fault? I went to school to get an education, to get a good job, but you don't go to work. You're late. You show up. You show up when you want to. You got fired. You done quit 13 jobs, but now you want to be an entrepreneur, and you done quit on your damn self, on your own damn business. See, a lot of y'all just don't want to admit y'all want somebody rich or somebody rich and white to screw y'all and pay y'all for the rest of y'all life. That's what this is always about. At the end of the day, because either you want white people to accept you or you want white people to have sex with you, and you mad at black people because that ain't happening. A lot of y'all ain't no different from Stacey Dash. And if y'all don't say it, go look it up. I'm sorry, man. I'm sick of these cats, man. I really am. I love y'all cats because y'all so stupid, but what are y'all gonna do? Are y'all gonna change y'all life? Because even for me, YouTube is still a hobby. I can't put in 5-10 hours editing videos because I hate a person. I hate a group of people. You sound like you sound like J. Edgar Hoover. I can't. You don't want them guys coming to your house and sleeping with your cousin, do you? Fuck up. But last time I checked, for you guys in particular, did you say anything to your little cousins, your nieces, when they was doing the body challenge, the savage challenge? Did you, your aunties when they was doing the silhouette challenge? Did you say anything? No, you didn't. When little kids have a birthday and everybody and you got a group of family members twerking there, all of you social justice warriors against masculinity, are you saying, girl, stop shaking your ass in front of a 3-year-old? Are you saying that? No, you're not. No, you're not. Do y'all say anything when women say, well, he, you know what? He ain't really that child daddy, but he got money. Y'all don't say nothing. Y'all so full of shit, man. That's what it is at the end of the day. A bunch of people who are full of it. Mad that people are tired of people who are full of it. That's all it is. My bad, Sly, man. I hate Tom Brady. You know, he's not white Jesus. He is the football antichrist.
Obviously, you had a bad day today, and so that's okay, brother. Just go ahead and let it all out. That's what we're here for, you know.
Hold up. Let me do it. The water.
Word. That's what we all.
Just pour it in you.
I can't hear you. Oh, she left me.
Hell, so if she left you, that might be the best thing she ever done for your ass. A lot of folks don't know that.
I'm just
Totally agree.
I kind of find it interesting that people have an issue with the space, but they don't have an issue with the way our community is going. And we're talking about why our community is going backwards. So, which direction do these people want to go in?
I can answer that question. They letting the wrong people so-called lead them right off the freaking edge. How can you let somebody lead a group of people that can't even lead themselves?
Exactly.
If you can't run a household, you can't run a hood. You got to start somewhere. If you can't manage yourself, you can't manage a household. If you can't manage a household, you can't manage a block. If you can't manage the block, you can't manage the hood. You can't. Start
And
at
Nick,
square one.
I was really about to make a video today about why I do not like, but at this particular point, there's no difference from older gang leaders, and social justice warriors. Because 9 times out of 10, what they gonna do, they gonna talk a good game, and then and then say, I don't want to live here. I want to live with them other folks. So at the end of the day, these same people, they don't want to fix up the neighborhoods that they from, but they tear them down, but then they want to move in somewhere else and then act like they got sense. This is where we at.
That's because they come from the same source.
And came from Super Slide House.
Well,
and not only that, I mean, the people who are in these dire straits and in these pockets of poverty, as I usually refer to them as, a lot of these people that are in these spaces, just like you said, if they ever get some money, they're going to hightail the haul ass out of there too. But if they see someone else who's got a little money and made their way out of the hood and out of the projects, the first thing they'll say is, oh man, you got your money and now you left the hood. You don't want to invest in the hood. As if a person who's actually doing something with themselves is going to remain living on the 3rd floor of the damn project building, which makes no sense. And further than that, deeper than that, if someone does mess around and do something for the quote unquote hood, or do something for the quote unquote, lower socioeconomic class of people, they will find any and every reason to discredit what this person did for these people. They'll say, oh man, that ain't nothing. So what? He put a school in there. So what? So what? He paid for those guys' college tuition. So what? So what? He freaking put all these families into a house. So what? And these be the same people who will stand around and say, oh, y'all don't want to do nothing for black folks. Y'all don't want to look out for black folks.
You a sellout.
Yeah, you a sellout. I was on, I think this was last year. I think this was back when ODJ was having the rumbles. And I was telling them that, I had picked up, some people. This was a while back. It might even have been a couple years ago. I don't even remember. And they didn't like the number of people that I said I had picked up. I told them, I said, well, this summer, I picked up like 8, 9 people. I hired like 8, 9 people this year. People in the audience was like, oh, man, you should have hired 20. Oh, that ain't nothing extra. You should have hired like 30. I'm like, wait a minute. How many motherfuckers did you hire this year? Exactly. How many motherfuckers did you give a job this year? Exactly. So this is what we have, man. Like, you have people crying out for brothers to do X, Y, and Z. But if brothers do X, Y, and Z, they'll go point by point how X, Y, Z ain't good enough. We have that too. We have that here. We have that here. When you have people, oh man, well, y'all don't talk about this. All y'all talk about is that. And that's fine for them to say. But see, me, I'm of the mind of this. I'm not going to come to you and say, well, LAR, you know what, brother LAR? I don't like the fact that you talk about football, basketball, baseball. God damn it, you need to be talking about hockey and badminton too, god damn
it. Cricket.
No, yeah, cricket too. You know what I would do? I would talk about cricket. I would talk about hockey. I would talk about badminton, as opposed to knocking on your door and say, you know what, LAR, I know you talk about sports and shit, boxing, basketball and shit, but I don't like the fact that you don't talk about that badminton shit. I don't like the fact that you don't talk about cricket and hockey and figure skating. I would just go and do it myself. I don't believe I can come to you and tell you what you should or should not be doing on your page, on your platform, on your Facebook, on your whatever we are, wherever we are. Because if I feel that strongly about it, why don't I just do it? Or is it that I'm not capable of doing it? Therefore, I look at you as this super capable person to do this stuff. See, that's what crosses me up, because I say again, you got fans perpetrating as haters. And I think that's a very, very crazy thing. You know, you want to be a hater so bad. Why? You're obviously a fan. You're taking in a lot of my shit. Because I look at the people who take my clips and see, I know when I did those. Like, damn, you done dug in my crates that deep? You done went back that far? You must have went through my whole catalog, boy. You just a scrolling, boy. Just a scrolling. Why would you?
I got somebody mocking me and trying to talk and act like me and mocking me in a video, mocking my voice. But he hate me.
He's a fan.
I realized this years ago because I've been on YouTube for a long time. We have a good number of pro-black William O'Neills who, for whatever reason, keep acting like we don't see them. And this keeps happening over and over and over again.
It don't make sense. We all look, everybody ain't always gonna get along. You ain't gonna see me on I ain't gonna say nobody name because somebody gonna be, oh, he said he ain't like, I mean, okay, you ain't gonna see me on Super Sly's channel going, why the hell Sly and this and that, and he a B and he a this, and if I saw him, he's short, I hit him on top of his head and whatnot and this and that and other. How come people ain't going, if you don't like Sly, when you see his deal, take the mouse, put it down. Don't click on it. If you see his name, you see his face, don't click on it. Problem solved. Problem solved.
Do y'all remember Jay Miller?
Yes, I liked him. I like Jay Miller podcast.
You remember that story he talked about? Remember that story he talked about when the guy kept talking crazy to him on YouTube and he saw him in the grocery store?
Yes.
That guy didn't say nothing. That guy was he was front and center. Bread, milk, eggs. That's how
potatoes, tomatoes, jam, squash, bananas, oranges.
I've actually met face to face 3 YouTubers.
Me
and
too.
Their energy was totally different. And know what one of them said? The first one, he's, damn, you really are 6'5", ain't you? Yeah, what, you thought I was lying? You know, yeah, dude, I'm 6'5". I'm the smallest man in the family. You know what I mean? And man, yeah, this yeah. He ain't comment no more though. Because the thing is, I get to put your ass on Front Street because I took a selfie with your ass. Because so now people know what you look like. Because you always just been an avatar. Well, and then the ones, and you always got the haters too. Talk about all of us. Then why don't you show your face? Man, there's so many videos with all of us showing our face. And I'll be doing my LAR impersonation, but what they say, impersonation is the sincerest form of flattery, right?
Absolutely.
And people be telling me now, hey man, your LAR impersonation getting good. I gotta keep I gotta keep getting it. And I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better at it. But
Don't
it's
worry.
just, huh?
I'm working on Sly Snicker. I've been
I
every
can't
time
do it.
something go down.
I can't
I'm gonna
do
get
it.
Yeah.
Now,
I got a
for
few
me,
impersonators out there too. I got a few impersonators,
yeah,
but they can't
be
seem
doing,
to get the voice. They keep trying to. They can't get the voice
I
down
can't
pat.
do your voice, X.
That's where they get hung up.
I can't do your voice. I can do Sly, because Sly mad on screen and Sly talking to us away from the camera is two totally different Slides. He laughing because he know I'm telling the truth. Be on the phone. Nick, let me tell you something. Next time, just cut that motherfucker off. Don't even fucking talk to his ass and shit. Next time, wasting time on this motherfucker. Cut his ass off. All right, Sly. Damn, I hate that motherfucker. So I'm like, he's a totally, now truth teller, he talked the same. On the screen, off the screen. Tell you what, little motherfucker, I don't give a fuck. I damn burn this motherfucker down. Keep talking that shit. It don't with him, it don't matter. But Sly got his nice on-screen demeanor. Then he got his, he mad at us. We done fucked up the meter and he letting us know about it. But I know it ain't out of hatred. I know it's because he want us to be better. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And being a former soldier, I understand. Drill sergeant ain't yelling at you because he hates you. He don't hate you. He wants you to be better. Because when you do good, he looks good. Because what do you say about a drill sergeant that didn't graduate? 10 people in his class didn't make it. What is he doing wrong? Was it them or was it him? But he passed everybody. He got to be doing something right. And that's the way I see it. But then these other clowns, but I'll be doing, what's happening, fam? LAR movement, still movement. A subscriber, get the book, Get Rich or Die Trying. It's on Amazon. And the link is below. And I mean, and everybody said, they say, man, you getting LAR, you getting, but I gotta keep doing it, because if I stop, it kind of, you know what I mean? I get rusty. I gotta keep doing it because he now Sly be doing Keep It Techie. I can't do Keep It Techie, but he be doing Keep It Techie. I can't do it. I can't do. I ain't got Keep It Techie down. But man, but I don't get it. How come they just can't go? They're separate. Well, I'm not gonna go to name a female's channel that don't like black men. I ain't going over there. I don't care. I don't care. Okay. So by me going over there is going to change what? By me going over there saying you got fake hair and them ain't your nails, and what is that going to change?
Spam the chat.
Yeah. What is that gonna change? It ain't gonna change. No, what it's gonna do is gonna make me look like a clown. I'm not going over there. I got my own team to protect. I got my hardcore, my inner core, your inner circle, and your outer circle. And everybody that's on this screen right now is in that circle, because a lot of us, they already know. And especially this one sitting next to me and the one up there in that corner right there, he know you can't talk that shit about either one of them and they ain't here to defend themselves. I ain't gonna go off in the gutter or the ditch, because y'all know I don't, y'all ain't never seen me on no stream. You big motherfucker, y'all ain't never seen me do that. But I tell them, hey man, why don't you keep that energy and share that discontent with him when you on his next stream? Or why don't you shoot him an email? A lot of stuff that I see happen between black men on camera could be solved away from the camera. I done watched dudes that you got this dude email address. You got this dude phone number. Dude, I was on a conference call with y'all 3 last year. But you're going to come here on the big screen. Now, the person that y'all talking about now, I don't know this MFer. I don't know him. I don't want to know him. I don't want to know him. That's fine. I'm doing okay without knowing you. And you should be okay without knowing me. Because if you gotta try to put me in a pot, look, I'm not you can't make no stepping stone out of me. Because when you go to step on me, I'm a move. and you gonna miss. You know what I'm saying? So dude, just I don't get that. That's stuff that I expect women to do. I'll say it again. That's stuff I expect women to do. Look here, we all grown. Somebody can bring 2 10-year-old boys up in front of you, or 2 10-year-old girls up in front of you, and in 2 minutes or less, you will know which one that was raised by a man. Mm-hmm. You will know in 2 minutes or less. Just by the way they just by their mannerisms, the way they move, you'll know. Yep. You can tell a girl that ain't have a daddy in her life. You can tell. Yep. She sticks out like a sore thumb. But the thing is, the dude that didn't have a man in his life, he can't disseminate between the two. He's looking in a mirror. That's why he can't tell the difference. He's looking in a mirror. They act like him because they are him. Make sense?
Yeah.
Sucks.
Is that what creates these obsessed interlocutors, as I like to refer to them as? Because I'm a true believer that a lot of your enemies come from within. I tell my kids this, I tell my wife this, I tell my grandchildren this. Your enemies do not come from nowhere. They don't. You're not just walking down the street and they drop out of the sky and they're your enemy. Your enemies come usually from your circle of influence. They're people that you know. They're people that you, like we spoke about earlier, they actually used to be cool with you, per se. Because if you look at, and I'm not just talking about here in media, if you look at people who are enemies, if you go back a year, 2 years, those two were thick as thieves.
I see that going on now and I ain't gonna.
Oh, literally on media. Forget about it. I mean, you go back and you look at some of the people.
I don't even watch, but I heard about a massive dust up 2 days ago between two dudes that used to be pretty.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
That's where your enemies come from, though. Your enemies are created. They either are somebody you know or they come through people you know. Enemies aren't these strangers. Like I said, you don't walk out your house one day and you're just walking down the street and you go uptown and now some guy's your enemy. No, they come from people that you're familiar with. You know why? Because familiarity breeds contempt. That's where your enemies come from. They come from your circle of influence, man. These are, I say again, I mean, you look at you go, people that you know in your life that are enemies now. Go back 6 months, a year, 2 years. They was thick as thieves.
I don't get it. I ain't gotta be the leader. Like I done told Sly before. I ain't gotta sit in the big chair. As long as I'm in the room that the chair is in, I'm good. Well, I ain't gotta be out front. Actually, I prefer to be in the back a little bit.
I think part of it, this has become the new measuring stick. So if you had two content creators that kind of grew up together in the ranks, and then one discovers more success for whatever reason, that can breed, a silent contempt for that person. But it seems like this has become, it's like I don't want to say it's high school, but it's very cliquish, and when you're watching someone stream, you see a bunch of super chats go across the screen. It makes some people feel a certain way. Especially if you think your content is better than that person's. And it's like what you said earlier, Nick, if you got the message, you got the charisma, people are going to come to you, period. And if you don't have some special je ne sais quoi about you, they're not going to come. And, look at all of us that all pretty much was on, OG, O'Shea's rumbles years ago. Look at all who's ascended and kept progressing. And you look at those that have stagnated and kind of regressed. You know,
Sly got an old
Why?
school hater. Sly got an old school hater. I sent there, I text him the picture. He making a comeback this year, and he gonna straight Sly. And I'm like, and I sent Sly the picture of him, and he like, oh no, not him again.
I know, right? Yeah.
No one even talks about him. Nobody.
I was talking to a fellow YouTuber maybe 2 days ago, and we had a similar conversation. I had told him, I was like, listen, man, basically, when you start seeing people in this space that start making money, you see all of these people like, it's not that they don't like them. They don't like the fact that they're making money and they're not. Because before people was making money at this and just doing it, you had your dust ups, but not like this.
No.
Now you're seeing people pocket watching.
The pocket watching is serious.
You ain't watching nobody's pockets. You got you signing the front of checks. We dealing with people who are like, man, this is. I don't think a lot of people assume that this space will actually make money the way that certain people are making money, or is assumed to be.
Know how they combat that? Black manosphere small anyway. Them niggas ain't making no real money. And you know this the fake this. That's the face they got when they saying it. How many black YouTubers y'all see out here, whether they know they doing it or not, they can't go a week without trying to discredit or knock down. Okay, yeah, that one's a bad apple. That one's a bad apple. That one's sure enough a bad apple. Matter of fact, if I ever see that one, I wouldn't touch the brakes in my car. I'd be, what happened? But the greater good. How many every week there's somebody that got something bad to say about somebody in the manosphere, and then even attach people that wasn't in it, that just went on the streams and all this other stuff. You just as bad. Where your money at, nigga?
Yeah.
Think about all the major things that happened with black people in the last 5 years. The Roland Martin rise, failing on YouTube. That was you. Some of those the whole political talking points. That's a lot of stuff coming from the manosphere. The whole relationship talking points. That's a lot of stuff coming from the manosphere. The whole how can I put this? The black community talk is coming predominantly from the manosphere. The only thing that ain't really came from the manosphere is the white supremacy thing. That's more Tariq Nasheed. You know what I'm saying? Everything else that we are on at right now is pretty much manosphere content.
But they won't give it any credit.
Or put an actual bunch of faces to it on top of that.
Yeah, because I remember hearing names. I can't even give the list of people if it wasn't for hearing the names of Sergeant Willie P, D. Darrell. You know what I mean? Nook Collins, Cerulean. I wouldn't have known who now I knew who Sly was. I wasn't cool with. I'm like, that nigga always starting shit. I can't stand that motherfucker. But it was, but I got to put a lot of people's faces. Then I go look at this one channel, look at that, and I look who's in chat. And I look who in the chat. And I look who in the chat. And I look who ain't in this one. Then I look at the adversaries. Wait a minute. He in this chick chat, and this chick always talking shit about dudes, and he flipping her coins. But he come over in the brothers chat. He up in the brother, but he ain't flipping coins. I don't say nothing. I'm just peeping game. You know what I'm saying? Because if he do it to him, he'll do it to us. But there's been people that's been consistent, and I've been around. That dude right there, see him right there with the blue hat, the one with the blue hat on.
Oh yeah.
I used to love when he was moderating. Hold on, fam. When he was moderating, because go sit down, because he about ready to straighten you out. That's when it was cool. But when the Manosphere started making money, they switched from their content, not the members, the viewers on the outside. How come he only talk about this? When is he gonna do that? Why is he beefing with that one? Dude, he been saying that forever, but now since he flipping them hard nickels, now it's a problem. He done went from nickels to dimes to quarters, and now he done gone from quarters to green shit that you fold up, even though he's saying the same thing. But now you got a problem with him because now he folding green shit instead of rubbing 2 quarters together. That's whole shit.
Well, let me ask you this: is it the money or more mainstream acceptance? I don't want. And what I'm saying is,
I know what you mean. What you mean.
Let's take O'Shea.
Mm-hmm.
His audience clearly is no longer a bunch of black men. Can we at least agree to that point?
True. He's doing the content he's doing now is more of a mainstream kind of thing,
right. And he's kind of caught a lot of flack.
Depends on his different channels. Depend on the channel.
Yeah,
but
right. So it's just like when the black business, like, okay, let's take Timberland and Swiss Beats. I'm dragging them. Black people are dragging them for selling versus to Triller. So once again, the argument is when you have something black owned, what's the first thing you do? You go sell it to the white man. So is it once you get the stamp of approval from the urban market, and then you go into the mainstream, and then urban market's like, wait a minute, you leaving us to go
like Jehovah, the Jehovah deal?
Now I can say this about O'Shea. His content stays direct to people. He doesn't like making his content for non-black people. He's been fighting doing that since before his channel even blew up. That he don't like the conservative white people. He don't like he don't do that. He don't like it. But is it blowing up and other people coming? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Doing big things down there, man. Big things.
Somebody else said something that made sense, and this makes sense, X. And you touched on this one time before too. This is when I was just figuring out who you were. I mean, I knew who you were, but I didn't know the gravity of it all. And that's why I didn't say much. I just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just watching. If the people that you were catering for understood how much it took to run this production, to have 1080p cameras, to have a freaking mixing board, to have this and this and this, to have a green screen. Slide your green screen is ready. It'll be done. I'm so weak. Yeah, you going, turn your mic, mute your mic. Thank you. And and we gonna, and this, that, and other. But man, you doing the production, you taking the time, you burning the bandwidth. You got to get, how many people you think watch you go to work and work for free? I mean, for nothing. I mean, nothing. Get up, put on clothes, take a bath, and go punch in a clock. And that Friday, they don't get a check. Nothing. Everybody want something. I mean, like you ain't got to pay me $40 an hour. You know what I'm saying? But give a joker a minimum wage. You know what I'm saying? And but they won't do that. But then when these guys get the opportunity, an opportunity knock, and it's something to blow where they can elevate themselves to the next level by just pretty much still saying the same stuff they've been saying for free. You the comedian cracking jokes on the corner on the street. Next thing you know, Russell Simmons, you at Def Comedy Jam. So they ain't supposed to take that check. They supposed to stay on the corner in Chicago, cracking jokes to the homies sitting on plastic milk crates, passing around one blunt. Or they supposed to go what they know but they know it's dirty in that game. It's dirty. Some people know it's dirty. Some know it, but they're going to find out. but you're gonna have the opportunity to walk out of there with something. So you're supposed to stay Bertie Mac cracking jokes at the corner store and not become Bernie Mac that we all saw on TV, rest his soul. That's what they seem like they want you to do. I want you to die in the street with me.
I think it goes a little further than that, Brother Taylor. I think that brothers don't really have a problem with brothers sending per se. I think they have a problem with the fact that they are not the brother that is ascending. See, the one thing about media, not just YouTube or Instagram, Twitter, the Facebook, all of it. See, we have a tendency to say it's all right for me, but it's not all right for thee. It's all right if I'm making money. It's all right if I'm getting cash apps. It's all right if super chats are running up in my comment section, but don't you dare do it. You know how many times I have watched, and not just in this particular sector of YouTube, but in other places, I have seen people get on here and rail. Oh, man, I can't believe y'all support him. I can't believe y'all give him money. I can't believe y'all giving all these super chats. Hit my cash app. Wait a minute. You just got done railing about how you cannot believe these people are giving this dude their money, but it's okay now for them to give you their money. And that is that is the nucleus of a lot of the freaking problems, the beef, the envy, all right? The vitriol comes from there. It's all right for me. I can ascend. I can get more subs. I can get more money. I can get more attention. I can get more fame, notoriety. But don't you dare do it, Brother Taylor. Don't you dare do it, Brother LAR. Don't you dare do it, Brother Super Sly. Because, see, my shit is worthy of people's money. Yours is not. That's what we have here. And I'm not saying it's the overwhelming majority of people, but that element exists. And that element is like freaking cancer. And it spreads. Because like I said, just like the people with the jilted girlfriend syndrome, some of those jilted girlfriend syndrome people, the reason why they have the jilted girlfriend syndrome is because they've been around as long as you, and they're not making the money you're making. You make money bad. Me make money good. And that's where a lot of the angst and freaking animus comes from, man. It's about the money. Because do you think anybody who rails on anybody about their channel and about the money, do you think they would give a shit if it was them, if they were making that money? Do you think they would be like, you know what? No. Don't y'all give me them super chats. No. Do not give me those cash apps. Do not donate to my PayPal. Whoever goddamn give me a cash app, I'm refunding. I'm refunding it back. Absolutely not. That's why they sit back. See how Brother Super Sly got his pen and his pad in front of him? They sitting back doing that shit, watching them cash apps go up. Just calculate them. This motherfucker made X amount of dollars tonight. What the hell?
Don't worry, but we gonna rob it. But don't worry, Nick. When he get them cash apps, he go into his car. We gonna jump his punk ass. We taking that. Who the hell Sly think he is? Got me in a 360 contract and everything. I can't use my own likeness.
Oh, damn! I just noticed, brother LAR got his damn. I never see you
that's
do.
why
Randy
I never
watches.
see you do green screen. I never see you. I think I've seen you do green screen like maybe once or twice, man.
I
Damn,
don't
Randy
even
I never
turn
watches.
see.
mine on.
I never
Maybe
see you
I'm
do
just
green screen.
goofy.
Me neither.
Can we admit this is
I'm
just
just being silly.
a small microcosm of what happens when you introduce money into urban businesses? I mean, how many teams have we see break up, rap groups break up? Once
I
you
want you to get that money. Get that money.
Mhm.
I want you to get that money.
What?
Even if I don't get it, I want something because at least I can say, okay, I ain't got the money, but I know a motherfucker that got it. I mean, that's good
Yeah.
enough for me.
I want to see
remember-
brothers win.
That's
Well,
good enough for me.
Well, beyond the brothers, I remember when my grandmother died, and one of my aunts. I mean, her body was still in the room, and one of my aunts was like, "Well, how much do we get?" I remember that shit. Like this shit goes beyond,
Yeah,
it's almost in the DNA to
the mentality.
man. Yeah,
I am scared of tainted. I am scared of tainted money.
It,
Yeah,
I am. I fear
When-
tainted money.
brother
When
LAR
Sly
got me
just
wanting
said
to play
that-
with my green screen now, and I got to get in my living room. Man.
My bad.
Fuck with LA.
When-
Fuck with
when
LAR. I
Sly
want to
just
play
said
with my
that,
shit.
all I can think about, all I can think about what he said is Rick James. They, big wide nose mother. Like once we make a little change on YouTube, that's what they should have never gave your niggas money. Like this how it happens.
Should have never gave
I
niggas the
honestly look at
internet
us.
either.
Remember Rick James got mad at the chick behind the screen, behind the scene, talking about who is he? I'm Rick James. That was that was just ghetto. He said I'm Rick James, bitch.
Like-
That's what he said.
Shout out to my man SKC for the $10 super chat. He says, "Here, take my money. Sly, Nick, and LAR. You the man, X. Salute to three of the hardest workers on and off YouTube." Appreciate that $10 super chat, my brother. I appreciate that, man. You know.
that's what's
But
up.
see, me, I'm not gonna refund it. Goddamn it, I'm keeping it. Goddamn it.
Yeah, I don't even have mine turned. I don't even have mine turned on. X, notice. Remember the one me and you done on small business? Remember the one
while back.
Yeah. Now they come in. They thought it was. I guess a lot of people thought it was going to be some effery.
Yeah.
When we start talking about self-discipline, maintenance of the vehicles, feeling out your customer base, expanding your customer base, making sure you at least get a partial payment in 30 days or less. No, they just fell off.
Yeah.
These two Negroes actually trying to tell us how to manage to get some damn money on the legit tip. Hell no. How can then what I ain't got nothing to complain about if he take my crutch away? You know what I'm saying? These Negroes trying to take my crutch. How dare they try to take my crutch? You know, I need to have an excuse for why I effed up and this, that, and other. Oh, slop mouth ass Negro. What kind of name is Nick Taylor anyway?
See, this is the thing, brother Taylor. You hear the whole I got the boot on my face narrative, right?
The white man.
And
the white
yeah.
man.
So it's like, okay, fine. I give him that argument, even though I don't fucking believe it. I was like, okay, fine. You have the boot on your face, but the problem is, I don't think the problem is the boot. I think the problem is you act like you like that fucking boot on your face. That's what I have a problem with. You know, you can tell me you got the boot on your throat all you want, but are you happy with that boot on your throat? Does that boot on your throat bother you? You know, I mean, a lot of people, they talk about the boot being there, but once you talk about how to get the boot off, they're like, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and see this boot on the throat thing out. Yeah, I'm just gonna see it out. I have no intention on getting it off. I actually like it there because whenever you try to get me to do something, I can go ahead and refer back to this fucking boot. See, that's my problem with it all. You know, because I'm used to brothers talking about the white power structure, white supremacy, the white man got me. We can't do this for white folks, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Fine. My question is always, white man got you, the boot on your throat, all this kind of nonsense. My question is, what the fuck are you doing about it? What are you doing about it?
Nothing.
Complaining. I mean,
Nothing.
that count, right? Oh, you mean complaining don't count?
Yeah, that counts. That counts.
Okay.
Yeah, that counts. That counts. You could put that in the count column, I guess.
I mean, but I'm trying to think who sits up one day and they sitting at home, chilling, laying back, listening to Rick Ashley. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Just sitting there, listening to Ricky Ashley and go, you know what? I'm gonna make a list of Negroes that talk about our dysfunction. Then I'm gonna create a website and I'm gonna put those Negroes on it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And I'll hide behind this and some college credits and all this other stuff to justify that I'm smarter. Like I had to tell them, dude, yeah, how many years did you go? Do you got a this? I'm like, no, I went to college for 2 years. I said, but I got 7 damn 4-year graduates on my fucking payroll. How about you? How many you got?
None of that matters, Brother Taylor.
Front of the check, back of the check. Front of the check, back of the check. Done the trucking thing. They done the same thing. Dude was on Sly. I don't know if you ain't watch it. When I was on with X, so I was talking about the trucks, and the dude was talking about what they ain't gonna let you do. I said, look, man, when you hauling, you got rates for freight. They pay X amount a mile. It ain't a black rate or white rate. When you pull up to the diesel pump to fuel up your truck, it says whatever amount per X amount dollar per gallon for diesel. It ain't when you pull up and you step out and there's a camera on the fuel pump and it see you black and it skips from $3.79 to $3.99. That's not how it happens. It's still the same amount of fuel. When you go inside the truck stop to pay, you ain't gonna have a chick saying that, well, actually, you was kind of light skinned. I thought you was white. I gotta charge you more for your diesel. That's not how it works. And the dude was literally in X's chat trying to argue a motherfucker that own his own trucks that I don't know what I'm talking about. And he didn't own a truck. Dude said that he didn't. I said, dude, how many trucks do you own? None. I was thinking about getting into it, but I know these white boys ain't. Dude, I'm like,
the white man won't let me do it.
I'm like, dude, on the other side of this wall, hell, X, you may not have seen it. I done videos where I done walked through my yard showing.
Yeah, you were telling me. You were telling me.
And I'm showing all these cars. Here all the impounds. This is my oh, he must be. He better get out of there before the police come. He did not come white man's fence. You know, like
jumped in the white man's yard.
What is wrong with these niggas? I said, dude, look online right now. Truck price. LAR. You can go to LAR's Mercedes-Benz dealership. Hey, you come to get a Benz? What you looking for, baby? And he but the thing is, what does it say on the window? It say $80,000. It ain't black $80,000. It ain't a white 80. It's $80,000.
$80,000.
That Benz get 15 miles to the gallon. Well, it's only getting 15 because I'm black. No, it's getting 15 miles an hour because it's a V12. That bitch drank gas. Stop it. I mean, I can't. You want to try to help those people, but you know they're lost. You can't. And the hit a killer part, you even try to leave them alone, and they be the first ones to try to trip you up. They will they will move heaven and earth to try to trip you up.
Absolutely. And
I can see people an argument to go against it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Well, what I was going to say
if
is,
these guys got a problem,
Go ahead, Sage. You got it. Go ahead, Sage. You got it. Then we'll go to Brother
no.
Superstar.
I didn't. You got it, X. You got it.
No, only thing I was gonna say was
You
the
got it.
thing
X,
with
my
media.
bad.
The thing with media is that usually what happens is the most unqualified fucking people are giving all the quote unquote expert advice. These motherfuckers are unqualified for shit. You know, you got a motherfucker who living in grandma's basement and shit, and you know he living down there because you can hear the fucking boiler firing over because it's right next to his bed. And this motherfucker is trying to tell you about manhood. Wait a minute. How the fuck you telling me about manhood and I can hear the fucking boiler firing over, you know, while you're in the basement? And when I don't hear that, I hear your grandmother upstairs saying, "Boy, turn that music down." How can I listen to you? How can I take you seriously? Like, really? But go ahead, Brother LAOS. You got it, Sage.
No, what I was going to say is I'll give these people an argument. Fine. You can say that the people in the manosphere, when it's time for self-improvement, they don't want to show up. Because, like you said, every time there's the avenue to, whether it's trucking, whether it's IT, whether it's property, whether it's, you know, the chatter go from 500 to 50.
In 2 minutes.
So if you want to use that argument, you can. Yeah. Like you can say that. But you can't say those people don't exist in the space, because we all know the minute, you know, you're gonna hear, I'm gonna tell you one other thing about these chicks. Oh, wait, look at it. We got 757,000 people in the chat. Oh, fix your credit. Where all these people go? Where the hell these people go? Like,
Oh shit.
All you gotta have to do is one on the panel call the other one Dusty or a coon or an N-word or you or this. Here they come. Here they come.
Yeah. Yeah.
As long as it's beef, as long as it's beef, they're gonna be there. They love the beef.
That shit triggers the algorithm, man. It triggers the algorithm. But we've been joined by my man Supreme. What's good with it, brother SKC?
Oh man, I don't even know why you sent me a link. I came just out of respect, man, but I don't deserve to be on the panel with these, man.
Oh shit.
I'm a faceless avatar, man.
Well,
Cam up.
You know what we're talking about.
I got a lot to lose, Nick.
I wouldn't do it if I were you. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it if I were you.
You know what we're discussing in the ilk of those who we are discussing tonight, you know, the obsessed interlocutors. And it's kind of strange that, you know, because I do believe, and I've been saying it all night, I think these people are just fans perpetrating as haters, most of them. They don't even know how to hate right. A lot of y'all need to learn to hate. God damn it. Y'all haven't mastered the art of hate. You haven't mastered it. You need to work on it some more. When you hate something, you stay away from it. Like me and broccoli. I hate broccoli. So, you know, I just don't fuck with it. You know, if my wife cooks some of that shit, I make sure she cook me some other shit, because I don't like that shit. I hate it. So y'all need to master your hate. You need to channel your inner hate. You know, maybe you need to sit down and do some
some meditation.
You know, get it right, because this is the
I
wrong way to do it.
So I thought you had some people that they in hater school. They like trying to get their PhD in hatery.
I agree.
It's crazy. Well, it's crazy.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What I try, like I was telling the brothers tonight earlier, I try to stay away from this stuff, Brother Supreme. You know, you and I, we talk in the back channels, brother. I try to stay away from this kind of shit. But see, once I'm fucking rubbed the wrong way, That's it. All right. Especially when you start fucking telling lies. All right. Not at just the brothers you see here expense, but also mine. So you can clip this shit and take the clips out of context too. Because, motherfucker, you know what? I know you're watching. Yeah, you watching. You can take these clips and take them out of context. But I'm really thinking on changing my mind when it comes to copywriting my shit. Because see, you've taken enough of my clips to the point where I don't think I want you doing it any fucking more. Yeah, I don't think I want you doing it anymore. So if you want to talk your shit, talk it. Talk all you want. And don't let me get the convincing brothers to start copywriting you over their shit too. Because I know it's easy to fend off, a flag or two, from here or there. But how about defending 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Will that be easy? So, remember I said earlier that these men that you see here, when they walk out their house, they don't have to worry about somebody from YouTube surprising them and jumping out the bushes and saying,
that's how you get your ass shot down here.
And saying, I got you, Negro. Can you say that? Can you say that?
Yeah.
All right.
We in Texas, so I don't know if you want to do nothing like that.
I'll be telling folk that, man.
I'm in North Carolina. This is an open carry state, and we got that castle doctrine. So anybody who know me here, they already know I utilize that shit to the fullest. All right, I utilize it to the fullest. I wish a motherfucker would. I wish you would.
I open carry every day. Every day. I'm armed. If you see me, I'm armed. That's just it. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but wait. Sorry, not sorry. I'm a steel slides line. Sorry, not sorry. I mean, man, if you see me, I'm armed. And I'm doing my damnness. I just want to go work and go home. That's all I want to do.
Yep.
I'm gonna be completely honest. If I have to shoot you, I will. But bullets cost so much, I'm gonna kill you twice now. You made me spend $20 worth of bullets now. Like, it just don't make no sense.
Crazy. And see, me, I don't show people what I have here. Because see, Negroes, I want it to be a surprise. But I will show you my my little stun gun that I got for my daughters and my wife. I do have those for my ladies, just in case they have to zap a Negro and I around and shit. My wife, she carries a 38 too. So, I'll let you know about that just in case you think about running up on my lady. Because she'll be calling me. She'll be calling me on the phone, crying, telling me how she had to empty a few bullets into your damn face. So, there is that. But
I just want to know how they gonna get close to the house with that big old dog that I be here.
I definitely, Brother Supreme, I ain't worried about them coming to the crib. If they catch me, it's gotta be like out on the street. Cause boy, you'll never get to this motherfucking house, boy. Cause I got a motherfucking dog outside, but that motherfucker the size of the grizzly bear, boy. You're not breaching the perimeter. You're not breaching. He's not letting you breach. Yeah, I ain't even worried about them coming to the crib. That's the last thing they want to do. You don't want to hop that fence. Oh, absolutely not.
Do you mind if I pick these 3 brains while I got them all in one space?
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I need to go outside and check on something. So go ahead, man. Go ahead and
start with Sly. He got the biggest brain. Start with him.
Yeah.
Well, it's a group question, man. I just want to know because y'all have been doing it for so long, and I mean, so far as like the diversity of ideas that come from you three is just ridiculous. So I just wonder, like, in the space and kind of like outside, even on the fringes or whatnot, what are some of the topics that you three love to hear other people talk about?
Don't ask me. I'll go last.
You see, did you see how he just? Will you answer the question,
Okay,
man?
so okay, for me, I'm a YouTube snob.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
You hold your pinky up when you're holding the mic. Hold your pinky up.
no, but I really don't frequent our space like that. I'm Tech Channel,
No,
Warhammer
I get that.
40K. You know what I'm saying, car channels. Like that's what I usually fill my YouTube playlist with, that type of stuff. You know. Now here's my only gripe with the sphere. It's not politicized. Why are men with PhDs, law degrees, come into these spaces to vent? That's cool. What's the end game? If this is a men's help, self-help, vent, bond, or get over your trauma, cool. But once you become politicized, political, you know, everyone kept talking about politics and shit. Okay, so why did we couldn't put money together to get a super PAC going? We can't afford to get one lobbyist. I keep hearing about black men's issues, black men's rights. Okay, where's the policy behind that to get that thing rolling? There's a lot of wasted energy. This is my opinion. So if you got, guys want to come on the panels and spend 4, 5, 6 hours talking about men's rights, a lack of men's rights, fine. My thing is, where's the policies behind it? Where's the team that you're going to put together in whatever state? Start with one state to get the ball rolling. That's just me. All this money's being generated, So when you got a motherfucker like dude, the little PhD dude, you can't make a phone call to IU and be like, hey, I represent this faction. He's slandering my people. Make him stop. Because we have backing. We have whatever. You can do things like that. And what he was on point when he mentioned that idea.
Yeah, and I agree with him, because that's what I've been wanting for years. I mean, but the thing is, some people just don't want to sit back and let somebody else drive. I ain't, because dude, I don't want to drive. Okay, we all, if all 5 of us get in the van at the same time, long as Sly ain't driving, he can't drive worth shit. And we all get in the van and we driving together. LAR driving, he take the first leg, SKC take the second. I put the gas in, Sly go inside and get the snacks, and Xavier got the lining up the music on the damn MP3 player. We all in the van. We all gonna arrive at the destination at the same time. What is so hard to make Negroes understand that? I'm for real.
I think on the other side of that conversation,
mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of passive inactivity, because everybody who's had a hit list or killed the manosphere movement self-imploded. So guys, it's gonna implode. I ain't gotta do nothing. Because the last 4 people that tried it, don't nobody know where they at now.
Yeah, and
one of them was actually
right.
in the political sphere.
You're right.
But is that the right mindset to have?
I didn't say it was the right mindset to have. I'm just saying that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because at some point, somebody gonna get on base. Somebody might hit, hit double, triple, or home run, but it looks like, because honestly, these people are so stupid, they keep making these internet hit lists. that's problem number one. And maybe I shouldn't have said that part, but we're gonna shut down this person, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person, and you never studied the people on a hit list. You didn't know all of these people are vastly different. So
it makes no, it don't make any. It and I'm kind of sort of like Sly said. I really don't. My playlist, the top 3 YouTube sites outside of my brothers, of course, because I've been subbed to LAR for a minute, been subbed to Sly. He threatened me if I didn't double click the mouse that he's gonna, keep playing. You think you're the only one with a knife? Double click it. Thank you. I just double click it. Just double click it. Okay, stop it. I got one long word for you. What? Bloodletting. Damn. Okay. Damn. And I'm telling you, man, Sly vicious. And I'm subbed to them. I'm subbed to LAR. I'm subbed to X. And I'm subbed to Keep It Techie and a whole bunch. I'm subbed to you. I'm subbed to C Over. I'm subbed to a lot of tech J2 Cents. I'm subbed to a lot of tech channels. Marquez Brownlee. I'm not subbed to, and ain't no diss. I ain't subbed to I can't stand these bitches. I want her to drown channel. You know what I'm saying? How come Becky won't talk to me channel? I mean, do they have the right to have their channels? Hell, even skinheads got the right to have it because
wait, what?
Free speech is all I say, man. It's all about speech, not just the stuff that I want that you like. You know what I'm saying? The drop it like it's hot channel. You know what I'm saying? Choke a bitch channel. I mean, they all right, but I ain't watching them. Tech, trucks, transportation, computer hardware, more so than software, because you can have the bombest software in the world if the hardware ain't gonna stand it. If you ain't got the CUDA cores and you know what I mean, and everything else to run it, that software is useless. So. And stuff, and that's the stuff that and music, of course, because I'm a music junkie. I ain't got the share up because I just say, Sly, guess who got Behringer's model of the 808 analog mixer coming in next week?
He got that 8 coming.
That's a good piece of equipment.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm a rhythm head. I ain't talking that mumble sound like they've been gargling thumbtack. Today's modern, it ain't music to me. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people, Sly don't want to hear that because that's what he gotta, but this dude, if it go boom, boom, say, don't bitch, smoke this shit. Boom,
hey,
do that thing. Hit that fucker. That takes no skill. It takes no skill. There's no skill. Look, my no skill ass. I have. It makes no sense. It takes no skill. To me, musicians play instruments and they can sing. You have harmonics. Oh, you like that, Sly? Do I got a hit? I got a hit.
Hey, I can't even front, Nick. Like,
no, I ain't signing nothing. I ain't signing
you
nothing.
You got it, brother Taylor. You got it.
It don't make sense. Look, know what I do? I'm gonna sit you, but this one behind a keyboard. I'm gonna sit that one. I'm gonna hand this one a guitar. I'm gonna hand this one a bass. I'm gonna put this one behind the drum set. All right, do something.
Nick. I just want to be that so I can. That's all I do. Give me my 10 grand.
Yeah. Hey. Y'all all know heard of Barry White, right? Because Barry White had it was called the Barry White and his orchestra. I don't know if y'all know this because, like I say, now Xavier probably know because he is a DJ. When he got in musicians, and I'll make it short, he didn't look.
Wait a damn minute. How the hell did you know that? I never told anybody. Oh, okay, never mind.
You told me. Did you was in radio, but
okay, go ahead.
Now
Aaron Fountain told me.
Oh, okay. That's how you do.
Don't sign nothing Sly give you. Don't sign nothing Sly give you. Don't sign it. Trust me. Don't sign it. You will regret it. He let me get, even though he didn't know me. I said, Sly, did I get juice? I got when I done a session at a recording studio, bass player and whatnot. And I told him they gave me 12, and he told me, if you would have tried to get them for more money, they just would have cut you and got another bass player. Damn, really? And he's like, yeah. Well, at least he is honest. Well, I took my little $1,200 and walked. I mean, but damn, man, it's ruthless. But this was what Barry White used to do. He'd get players in, and he got drum and this, and now he kept the same drummer because that, but he'd change other people. Barry White would actually say it with his mouth. He didn't give a care that you know how to read music. He'd walk up, bass player, give me this. Doom, do-do-doom, do-doom, doom, 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 play it. And he go, doom, do-do-doom. And then he'd change, doom, 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 play it again. Doom, do-do-doom. He just tell him, he'd go to the guitar. That's how Barry White made his songs. He didn't give a damn because he already had it in his mind. I played on Led. I don't give a fuck what you played on. This is what I want you to do. Bing, 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 bing. That's what I do. It. Do it. Yeah, you do. There you go. Drummer. Guess who else used to do that? George Clinton. George Clinton used to do the exact same thing. Now you want to compare dude to go, nigga, hit the bitch. Boom, hit it, smoke this shit. Hit it, try that bitch. Take it off. Hit them brakes. Hit it. Go that way. Hit the left. That's not. He ain't George Clinton.
Brother Taylor got that shit down packed.
I hear it coming out of people's cars, and I see these motherfuckers' heads in their dumb. I'm like, what are you doing? Man, this shit is dope. You mean as in heroin? Man, hit that left at the end of the block. Hit that right. Watch the speed bump. Nigga, hit them brakes. Smoke this shit. What? What are they talking about? What does that even mean? How do you make a name? All right, Sly, what would you name that song? That's what you what? Somebody help me. This shit makes them, hey, there you go, Dollar Washer. Hit them brakes. That's it.
but Nick, you gotta have the chorus in the background, so check that. Hit brakes.
Look at Sly face. He like, hey, wait a minute. I think they own it. Look, SKC don't sign shit from him. Don't sign shit. Don't sign it.
Wait, what's it? Sly, you remember Brown Sugar? The movie.
What about it? I'm sorry.
You about to do Ren and 10 with somebody because of this?
Oh, no. Hey, listen.
You know what I'm talking about, Ren and 10.
I know what you're talking about.
The rapping Dalmatians. You about to get him a song?
No. The girl is mine.
Yeah. He about, yeah, we got this song called Hit Them Brakes. Get in the studio, nigga.
Yeah, okay. Nigga, hit them brakes. Nigga, take that curve. Nigga, turn to the left. What?
Hey, some of the biggest hits, 10, 15 minutes. I'm telling you.
Dumb. I feel like I lost 5 IQ points in 2 minutes. That's not
Sanity.
Well, you do got to make You got to make music at the pace of the intelligence of the audience.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So me actually knowing the whole album, A Dark Side of the Moon, forwards and backwards, they probably won't be able to keep up with me on that part. No.
They got sixth grade. They got sixth and seventh graders writing their rhymes now. But shout out to brother Zero. I wish Zero would come up here. I did send him the link. He says the last 6 months was a social experiment on why legitimate political discourse, never mind action, can't take place in this space. The PhDs are here for their own agendas. The rest is feelings talk. What do y'all think about that? True or false?
I say true. Basically, so we're like Africa. So everyone comes in and gets their portion of the resources, then skirt.
Wow.
Hit them bricks.
I thought that was part of the song.
Oh.
Man,
insane, man.
Oh, I mean, same thing, man. Look, I take no glee in saying this. The average American black is woefully ignorant when it comes to how politics work. Then when you try to tell them how it works, and you can show them example after example after example, you know, that they can themselves. Next time when you talk to them, you ask them, did they research? Did they check out any of the stuff you said? You just trying to hate reparations. Cut the check.
Research. Research, but I Googled it, Nick.
Well, he was part of the problem a few years ago. Remember, the big mantra was cuts, because everybody swore Trump coming in was going to make these women do what the men wanted, and ad nauseum. That's all we ever heard, those talking points. And I'm like, these women, the Most High could come down, they still wouldn't bend. They're not going to bend the knee ever. You know, so if you're waiting on the government to rescind it's how they benefit it's just not going to happen. So no, it goes to Nick's point. Woefully inadequate. We're officially on the bottom of the totem pole, you know, when it comes to everybody at this point. So if the men don't feel that they're worth saving, you know, each other, themselves, I don't know what to tell you. You can't get mad when you hear about black female judges throwing the books at black inmates or whatever the case may be when you're up for a case. You know, you can't get mad at black female DAs don't prosecute whatever crimes against a black man. You just can't. You can't have these never-ending conversations complaining about the women that have finally ascended into political positions of power, whether it's meaningful or not. They're in these positions, you know. So that's just how I see it.
Hey, LAR, I made a meme using Sly's picture out of something he said on a stream we was on. I don't even realize he understood the gravity of what he said. He said these N-words that's talking all this stuff is one blowjob away from getting back in line. I made a meme out of it. I put it on my page. That's what he said. And I said, wait, I said, Sly, stop. Say that again. Say it again. And these niggas, they can talk all the shit they want, Nick. They're one blowjob away from falling in line. And I made it a meme and I put it up on the web and it's making the rounds and people like, who is this guy? And I'm like, that's Super Sly.
I firmly believe that.
Y'all know good hell well. All of this sex talk is for people who haven't been having sex.
I didn't think about it like that until he said something, you know, and it kind of and the thing is, you can pick the dude out. You know who he is in your crew. You know who he is. You know the one that's just one BJ away from falling in line.
Does it have to get as far as a blowjob though? Could it be an eye wink? Can it be a nice hug?
You know, no, because the BJ closes the deal. It seals the deal.
Oh, okay. Okay,
That's
gotta
that,
get
you know,
there.
that's you done
All
closed the lid on the coffin then.
Well, we've been joined by Brother Zero. What's good with it, Brother Zero?
Not much. What's up with y'all?
You got it, bro.
Man, you got it, man. Please save us something. We need saving, man. Save us, goddamn it.
Y'all been pretty spot on. I think what Sly was talking about, like when people being one blowjob away and all that, but all of that's part of the problem. Like you can't get away from the male female talk at all. You can't escape it, because the whole reason why we even having our problems is because of that. Like that's the whole reason. And the problem, and another problem is we can't agree on we used to be able to agree on what the issue was, and now we can't. And because we can't agree on what the issue is or like acknowledge the problem, we will never be able to solve it. And then we got other issues going on, like what I super chatted earlier, where when I think it was either Sly or Nick that mentioned the political. We got PhDs in the space that won't weaponize their credentials, their influence, and all of that in order to get somewhere, you know, with political discourse. and that's because again, they have their own agendas. I don't know what those agendas are. I don't know. Like some of them are here to just engage in bitch talk too, but they have their own agendas. But the reason why that you can't have political discourse in the manosphere, or the black manosphere anyway, because you saw. I mean, y'all was just watching what happened the last 6 months, right? Like people got divided over racism. Even though the more dangerous thing to a society is the welfare, and the fact that we had the election of a third world country. And I had streams going over the mathematics. I had streams going over the mathematics because I go over the literally, like, you know, not just statistics, but the mathematical improbability of any of that shit happening, and people just ignored it. I went over policies between both sides. People just ignored it, and they just want to keep engaging in the, you know, fuck that. I don't like this guy. I don't like your guy. No one really cared about what was going on. People wanted to make it look complicated, and it's not complicated. The fight was over welfare. You either give bitches welfare or you don't. It's really that simple. That's what it came down to, who had the best welfare plan. And nobody cared about that. They were divided over racism and false hatred. Pretty much, and I'm not even taking a side on the shit. It's just mostly just this is what it was. It came down to welfare. And we all know how destructive welfare is, but you know, we did it anyway. And then the rest of the talk was, it was all anti-welfare rhetoric outside of the election. You see how bipolar that is? Like it's all anti-welfare rhetoric for bitches. You know, don't save them. In order to get your community back, you got to take that away. But then when it came to the election, yes, give it to him because I hate this dude. You see what I'm saying? Like that's. And then people were literally like going at each other's heads over this shit.
So let me ask you this, Brother Zero. What do you see far as now? I mean, you know, because now, you know, politics for the most part is over for the next year at least. What do you see now? Do you think that it's kind of, have the troubled waters kind of calmed, or is it still about politics? Is it still about the socioeconomics or combination thereof? Where are we at right now? Well,
right now we're going to get bombarded with a lot of welfare programs that are not going to benefit men. For every man that gets any sort of welfare, there'll be 10,000 women. Not only that, we'll see the whole feminism, communism, socialism. That'll get worse, infinitely worse, due to temporary. Well, temporary / permanent welfare in the form of like UBI and shit. After that is more of marriage as an institution still being like one of the primary funding mechanisms for communism. So that's never like none of this shit is going to stop. It's just going to get worse because for all the people that's claiming they're learning, no one actually is. Like, for instance, when we talk about the whole deal with marriage, like people, even when they learn the laws surrounding it, and then you say, well, I'm not against marriage, but you could do it in a better way where you don't sign a business contract that puts your children in the hands of the state. People don't, they ignore that. And then they start shitting on you about it and going in another direction. But it actually solves a major problem of, because when you fund the feminism and socialism shit, you actually give money to what's called the Southern Poverty Law Center. There's another organization up in Duluth, Minnesota, which basically put the organization up in Duluth, which created the Duluth model of guidelines for family court to follow, where they basically turn prenups into toilet paper, all that type of shit. All of the child support laws come from these same people. You fund all of these organizations by doing that. And people, instead of, when you bring that to their attention, they'll get mad at you just for bringing it up. So it's going to get worse because no one wants the information. Like, we got people who've been in content creators that's supposed to be disseminating information to people that have been here for like, I don't know, close to a decade, and their information doesn't go past the opinions that they pull out of their ass or some shit that they learn from somebody that they like. You know what I mean? Like, one of their friends will have some info. Like, I always bring up the example of when BGS brought the Monahan report into the Manosphere. No one fucking read it. They just listened to him and then ran with his talking points. And then when they got challenged, because they didn't read it, they didn't know shit. And then they would go get him to fight their battles for him. So people aren't learning. They're just saying shit.
Well, I like, to your point, Zero.
It's kind of a bit of.
No, go ahead, LAR.
You got to slide, my bad.
No, I was saying, to your point, Zero.
Well, some of the things you're talking. My bad.
Delay. I think
It must be the delay on my end because I always get it. It's my bad, slide.
No, I was saying.
Go, slide.
To your point, Zero, that when you present the information and then they realize what they're up against and how much work they have to put in to actually address the problem, a lot of people tend to give up. So let's take the child support thing for one. Until you reverse the Supreme Court standing on my body, my choice, whatever the fuck, until you reverse that, then you will have a fighting chance as far as the semblance of the beginning to acknowledge men's rights, as far as half and half. But, I mean, these are laws you would have to, at the fundamentally core, change on that level. Until then, you're gonna get stuck because it's her body. You can't tell her what to do. Can't tell her shit. Now you can have abortions up till 40 weeks. Some cases, even longer. So once you present what you're up against to do so, a lot of guys tend to give up when you give them the actual facts. So it's like, okay, so you did all that for what? I could be wrong.
No, that's right. But then on the other side of it, you also have so you got two political parties, that we have, and both of them are toothless. So the Democrats are by default feminists, and then the Republicans are also weaponized for feminism based on their principles. So, for instance, if you look at the rest of the world, right, the entire world, they have a base level of patriarchy, especially in Eastern nations with whether religion is the government or whatnot. Now, I don't want to go that far because I don't want. I am about freedom over everything. I do not want to fucking end up swapping religions and walking around in a goddamn man dress and praying to Mecca 5 times a day. I don't want to do that shit. But what what I do think is that they have a better control over their environment because their patriarchy is strong because they have a base set of rules that no one crosses. One of those rules is that they let bitches kill themselves. They well, to use less harsh words, they don't stop women from doing shit that'll put them in a box of their own misery. I'll put it that way. So here in America, we do things where we say, no, we have to help them. We got to protect them from themselves. No, that's not what you do. You don't protect them from themselves. You let them burn up. You let them burn out. If they do it, that's on them. But in patriarchal nations, they just let women burn themselves up, and it keeps their society strong. For example, when I was talking about legalized prostitution, all the rest of it, the first thing they have a default reflexive reaction and start immediately thinking about a pussy palooza. It's the first thing they think about. They don't understand that throughout the history of the world, Christianity included, prostitution was not something that men forced on women. They chose it. And every woman that chose it became a pariah of that society, or they got put into a box of, okay, you're not marriageable anymore. Also, it served the purpose of replacing hypergamy. What it did was it put a strong check on hypergamy because you can no longer, like your society won't respect you, first of all. You become like an employee you become like employee non grata, whatever you want to call it. It also has the effect of it makes women replaceable. So the ones that don't participate, what they do is they find men that are willing to trade their resource value for their sexual value for kids and family and all the rest of it. Every single society since the history of civilization has done the same thing. And again, men don't force this on women. They choose it, even now. But again, it is a reflex for people to think about the escapism part of it, not the power part of it. So, go ahead.
I hear you, but you're not saying why those women are really in line. It is the threat of violence.
It is the threat of violence.
That is at its core.
Well, threat of violence, threat of consequences, exile, and stuff like that, because it's not all just violence.
Okay, but
those societies have legit consequences, and a lot of it doesn't even violence. It's just you will be exiled completely.
Well, we know in some countries, acid is still thrown in faces of women. They still get stoned, even in 2021.
Yep.
What I'm saying is, we here are probably the only group of men that don't inflict violence on its woman to keep her in line as a deterrent, as a last course deterrent. Now, is that a bad thing? If you look at the state of black man, black woman, are these women worried about consequences and repercussions for their decisions?
Not at all.
Should there be an underlying threat of stoning? Should we have that on? Should we have some rocks? Should we have some rocks in our pocket?
If you're asking me personally, yeah. Listen. I equate women to velociraptors. If you watch Jurassic Park, they're always poking the prodded fence for weaknesses. They're always looking for weaknesses. And you know, I have daughters, so my daughter knows. Daddy might just snap. You understand? It's just that, and a smidgen of, Dad, if he gets mad, he goes off the rails sometimes. I'm chill. My wife, there's a line they know not to cross, right? And I'm not saying put hands on women. I'm saying the average woman has no innate fear that this shit could go left. We all as men understand dealing with men, there's a propensity things could get violent. This is why we, for the most part, are respectable. Okay, outside this online shit, when we're out in the real world and you get into an argument with a man, you understand this could be violent. The average woman talking crazy to her man does not fear the threat of violence.
Right. No, I agree with that. However, there are well, there's more societies than there's more societies that handle consequences through social exile than there are that handle consequences through violence. Now, for instance, India, they're huge. They have like over 1 billion people, like 1.7 or something like that. So that huge population that still engages in hands-on activity with women, yeah, that's a huge society, but that's one of many. China, women are faced with social exile. China's kind of tricky because they ended up having a bitch deficit because they, had the one-child rule, and most households chose to keep the male over the female. But as it stands, their culture never changed. Their culture never changed. You don't have to lay a finger on a chick. All you got to do, social exile. They don't like. They just don't play that shit. If you don't assimilate to the culture or stay within the boundaries of the culture, you disappear. You're not somebody we're gonna fuck with. And same thing in Singapore, which is actually a rich country, because that's where a lot of people put, they treat Singapore like a bank, and they store their money there. Singapore is a legit first world, technologically progressive country with westernized laws, and their women are in check because they face social repercussions. You cannot get away with the shit that you get away with here, and they don't have this whole ideal of save women at all costs. They're like, if you want to go ahead and do your thing, then go ahead and do your thing. Just understand that no one's going to fuck with you after that. That's what they have. And again, yes, threat of violence is effective as shit. However, just as effective is social repercussions. You just eliminate the bullshit. But we don't have that. We don't have either. We don't have hands-on. Neither do we have social repercussions. Neither one.
Minus, say, Singapore, when it comes to this topic. Most of these other countries have an extreme drop to poverty. And that's the one thing that I guess you could say Western culture doesn't have. It's a tiered system. You got upper class, middle class, lower class, and there's a support system, pretty much for all three. These other places with the male-female dynamic don't really have that.
But they have communism. That's the problem. The state owns everything.
Well, no matter what. So you can go from extremely rich to extremely poor just like that. So nobody has the time to deal with somebody effing up their program. Western society, you have the time for that. Because if you're in the upper class, you could drop down to the middle class, and then you could drop down. It's not an immediate, like, hey, we don't have time for this. That's our big difference.
Well, right. But even in well-to-do communism, like, the thing about communism is that no one's rich. Even if the country is rich, the people are not. China's pretty rich, but the people aren't.
They do have rich people in China. But
the state owns their money.
The gap between rich and poor.
I get what you're saying. There are rich people in China so long as they play by Chinese rules. An American can leave tomorrow and still be rich. You cannot name a Chinese person that is a business leader over there that can defect from China and go be a citizen somewhere else and remain rich. The state owns their shit. Every time they try, they mysteriously disappear.
But
you're not rich under communism.
No. Well, most of us are not rich under capitalism. It doesn't matter.
No. Okay, you
communism
as an American
is the system. You got it.
Oh no, go ahead.
Communism as a system, socialism as a system, capitalism as a system. Pretty much all have extremely rich to extremely poor. The only difference with capitalism is a tier in there. But the same thing that I can't say capitalism will be exactly like communism or socialism, but what I can say is the government could jack you up here just like anywhere else. Just depends on the situation.
Right, true enough. The difference between capitalism and communism is pretty big, and that's basically personal or individual ownership of things, like companies, for example. The reason why America even has a corporatocracy and communist countries like China and Russia don't have a corporatocracy is the fact that, again, the state owns everything. Companies don't own shit. In communism, in America, a company can own things. In America, an individual can own things. In communism, no one owns shit. The state owns it. You might think you have money, and like you can buy property, and in fact, their property laws are different than ours. And I do understand what you're saying. Ultimately, the government has a monopoly on force, and they can do whatever the fuck they want to at any given time. However, again, under a capitalist society, you have individual ownership. Under a communist society, you simply do not. The state owns everything. And this is why you don't find examples of rich people being able to defect from a communist country and still be rich. They either disappear or they're poor somewhere else. In America, you can. I'm sorry?
In a capitalist society, my bad. It's a delay, so my bad. In a capitalist society, I'm tripping. Okay, in a capitalist society, the vast majority of people don't own anything. The bank does.
Yes.
The vast majority of people, if they ownership is in America is probably 10% or less. Real ownership.
Yes.
Everybody
no, you're right.
else is renting.
Right, but that doesn't negate the fact that you're renting from landlords who are individuals that own those properties. Again, under communism, the state owns everything.
Corporations.
Yes, and those corporations can own things. And if you buy a house and are a landlord, you own that house. If you as a person, if you buy a commercial property, you definitely should incorporate. And this is why companies own most of the commercial properties, because it would be silly of you to own a commercial. Yeah, you got to protect yourself. So that's the reason why. But that doesn't negate the fact that individual ownership is the difference between capitalism and communism. The state owns everything under communism, period. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. The state owns that shit. And what happens under communism is they do this thing called egalitarianism, where the money just gets divvied out. You can't divvy out everything to everybody, because one, you lose incentive to innovate within the country. This is why communist countries steal everything from everyone else. Two, when you tax people in that regard, again, this is why everybody becomes poor. And eventually you're going to run out of money because you're not generating anything. From the first example of not creating shit, you don't create shit in communist society. So eventually you run out of money, unless you have some type of product that is ever present, like agriculture. But not everyone can be an agriculturalist. So one bad crop here, one bad crop there, people starve to death and die. Examples all over the place: China, Rome, Greece, blah, blah, blah. List goes on. But again, under communism, you don't have the ability to grow individuals in a way where they are socially mobile. When you talked about the social tiers and shit, like in America, you have that because you have individual ownership. And there's just no way to do that under communism, because under communism, everyone is the same. This is why the state owns everything, because they're like, all of you motherfuckers are the same and all of you work for us. You're a slave. In effect, you're a slave.
In America, the interesting thing about it is you can own something and forget to pay the taxes on what you own for a year, 2 years. Then you'll effectively understand how the state actually owns your stuff. It's nobody owns anything in the world. Everybody, we're just users and renters. With people rotating in and out of positions, some people get more stuff and some people get less stuff.
Right.
Like, you got to learn how to finesse the system.
Yeah, you do. That's Yeah, we can talk about that too, I guess. So, like when you're talking about taxes, any government at any time, anywhere, the first recorded writings on the planet were literally tax documents, because people's ownership of things had to be counted. Things in the society had to be counted. The thing is, taxes are going to be like if you started a country tomorrow and called it Lar World, you know, you're going to have a tax to have a baseline level of commitment to that society. Like if someone who is a member of society who is contributing heavily and that person gets hurt or whatever, you're going to need to be able to have, you know, a pool of money to either replace that person or train somebody else up. That's initially what the purpose of taxes are for. So they're not inherently bad. Every country, any country, and any society that's formed is going to have some form of taxes. That's not altogether bad. Like the example used about, you know, if you don't pay your taxes, you lose your shit. That's because you didn't pay your taxes. It's a baseline level of societal cooperation between people. You cannot have a society without cooperation with people. You just can't. This is why, like, when people use the word lineage and legacy, it doesn't mean anything if you don't care about the society you live in. So all of that stuff, taxes are baseline.
Yeah, taxes are baseline, but basically we're living in an age where even the people taxing you are financially illiterate.
That doesn't matter.
We're living in a country that taxes you and is in debt because it's financially illiterate. It does matter. Because if the top of the food chain is an idiot with money, what do you think everybody else is going to be?
I think it's almost like two different arguments. I think because from what I'm getting from I agree with is that you have to have some type of taxes because things have to get paid for. However, on the other side of it, LAR, when you're stating that if the individuals that are that are collecting it and being able to use it are idiots, well, yeah, that becomes a huge problem. But at the end of it, every country has to have it. If you don't have it, then you're not going to have a functional society.
Yeah, but I think it's some validity. I think it's some validity to the you know, you don't own shit because, you know, I own quite a few vehicles, right? I own vehicles at the crib and I own vehicles from a shop, right? And none of those vehicles, because I borrow my shit from auctions for the most part, and none of those vehicles have car notes on them. But all of those vehicles, I have to pay highway taxes for those vehicles. You know, if I got them on the road and I'm using them, I have to pay highway taxes. And my highway taxes are based on the value of each vehicle. Like my wife's cars, for instance, the fucking highway taxes on them motherfuckers is like $550 per, right? And then like my trucks, the highway taxes on those motherfuckers is like 300 and some change per. You know, that's not a bundle. That's per vehicle. And if you got that car on the road, you don't pay them fucking taxes, guess what happens? Even though they paid for, I bought them motherfuckers outright. I don't pay them tax. If I don't pay them highway taxes, guess what they do? They will come, they will tow your shit right on down to the impound yard, charge you for storage, right? Charge you a storage fee plus your taxes. And if you let that motherfucker sit there too long, guess what happens? They will sell your shit.
Yeah, they'll season and sell it.
Them taxes.
No, I'm not going to advocate for that level of corruption. I mean, because that is corruption. It's fucking extortion, pretty much. But the technical reason why they do that is because you're driving on roads that you don't own. The roads, you don't own the roads. And those roads have to be maintained and kept up and stuff. So that's hence the taxes. However, yeah, the expenses that you have to pay depending on how new your vehicle is or how heavy it is and all the rest of it. A lot of that is just, that's just fucking extortion. Again, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just laying out the technical reason why your shit gets seized and all of that. They try to justify it under you're driving on roads that aren't yours. You're not paying the taxes necessary to upkeep those roads and stuff like that. So, at the end of the day, you shouldn't be driving on them.
Towing. Now y'all talking my business because y'all know I own the tow trucks and an impound yard.
Yeah, last year I paid almost $3,000, man, for all those vehicles because we have 4 cars here. I have 2 trucks and a van at the shop. Man, I paid almost $3,000 in just highway taxes. That just for the highway taxes.
Yeah,
all right.
And then if you own a home, you got property taxes, and mine are increasingly going up. Like my property tax is almost $4,000 this year because of the neighborhood. So, yeah, a lot of that shit is. I'm not gonna say it's extortion, but that's.
Yeah, but for the weight of the vehicle, I get it because I understand why. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, Sage. You got it.
America is suffering from a particular idiocracy where, on one end, you're taxing people for a country that you never paid for, and on another end, you did build some stuff, a bunch of stuff that these people use. So this dichotomy creates it's part of the root of the dysfunction of this country in itself. Because ultimately, we're still paying for shit that nobody ever paid for.
Right, but that's every country in the history of the world. Every country has been taken from somebody else.
No,
Iraq used to be Babylon. There's no country that hasn't been taken from somebody else.
Iraq used to be Babylon.
Yeah.
A name change.
It wasn't just a name change. It's not just a name change. The Greeks came in, took their shit. Then the Romans came in, took their shit. And then the Indians, East Indians came in, took their shit. Or Asians is more proper. So yeah, Iraq has changed faces multiple numbers of times. It used to be Babylon until some people came and took their shit, invaded, and then changed their government, replaced the demographic, and then they did that over and over and over again until we have what we have now. Same thing in Turkey, same thing in Israel, Palestine, same thing in Russia. The thing is, every country on the planet has had no one who lives in a country, especially now, are the aboriginal people of that country. That someone came through and took their shit. In a lot of cases, they just wiped out the populace. Kill all the men, get all the women. So it's like if you lose a war, you don't get prizes when you lose. Like if someone takes that shit, then they just took it. They had the might and will to do it, and that's just what happened. In America, we're just no different. The only difference between the people in America and everybody else, especially when it comes to us, is that in every other case in the history of the world, the people that were subjugated were killed off, so that we wouldn't have conflicts of ideals and culture in the future. That's what makes us different.
In a simpler, most Asians are still Asian. Most Africans are still Africans. Most Europeans are still Europeans. They're in the same places that they've been. The only place that's not like that is America and Australia. Pretty much everybody that's in a particular place, it minus the white people in Israel right now, because they're from Germany, Austria, and whatnot. But pretty much everybody else have been there for some centuries or millennia plus. This in Australia. So when you say people got their stuff taken, Europeans still been in Europe since. Asians still been in Asia, Africans still been in Africa, and the people in the Middle East, they've been a mix of those people this whole time.
Yeah, Europeans also conquered Asia. You like
no, they
again,
didn't. They lived. They what we consider conquered is they got the military over there. They were never a mass population over there.
No, not in that way. I mean, Europeans did conquer large swaths of Asia, Africa too. Africa has like it's one of the countries with like the most phenotypes, I think, people. I have to read about it again, but yeah, Africa has like the most phenotypes. So I mean, Africa looks like a jigsaw puzzle. If you look at a map of Africa right now, and how much it is divided into country, cities, whatnot, and look at an old map of Africa, Africa looks like, you know, the division of Africa is because of it being conquered. So it's not that they've had a steady populace over the millennia. I mean, they didn't escape war just like everybody else didn't escape war.
Nobody escaped war.
It's the way of the world.
Nobody. Okay, when you look at Africa, what is the percentage of Europeans there? Under 10. If you look at Asia, under 10. You know, if you look at the Middle East, under 10. Australia and the US is the only, in Europe, of places where it's over 10. Everywhere else is not. And that's inflated stuff.
Right. And that's because Australia, well, what was next to Australia? With Tasmania, what do you want to call it? Australia, people were wiped out and colonized. Same thing in America. I mean, the native Aboriginal people here were pretty much wiped out and colonized. I mean, North America isn't the only place where this happened. The Spaniards did the exact same thing down in Central and South America. They came over and actually were worse. They, you know, kill all the men, have all the women, create new people. Mexicans didn't exist before. Mexicans, they didn't exist, and now they do.
The only difference between Europeans, quote unquote, conquering is the age of man is not an age of conquering people. It's an age of befriending people with a gun.
Right, because they have a choice.
War with them. We're not. No, we this country, even Australia, even Central and South America, it wasn't built on the idea that we're going to war. It was built on I'm going to befriend this person, and when they go to sleep, I'm going to shoot them.
Right.
That's not conquering a person.
A lot of that is, so it's just like how, so what you're talking about is that same thing when people say, well, and I'm not saying you say this, it's just similarities. Like people will be like, well, Africans sold their own people into slavery and all this other stuff. It's like, so imagine a situation where someone comes over with a weapon of mass destruction at the time, which was the gun. And they're like, well, I'm going to need you to give me some people to work on some shit because I'm trying to build something. And you go, no. And then they show you, what they're working with. And they're like, well, I wasn't asking. I'm saying I'm going to need this. That I just want to clean up all these bodies. Now we can do this the hard way. And then I got to clean up a bunch of bodies, or you can just do business. Same thing with China. Like this stuff isn't as simple as like when I say conquered, it's not like you don't have to go over and just start mass murdering. What you're talking about is still the same thing. I mean, this is what people who read all the nigger Bibles, like the 48 Laws of Power and the Art of War, this is the same stuff that's practiced in those books. You just, you want to have the least amount of bloodshed as you can, but if you have the upper hand, the advantage, the power, you're going to exercise that and take over. It doesn't mean anything to just go in and start slaughtering people and then outnumber them because you killed them all. You can do business the other way. You don't give them a choice. You have the power.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off. I just want to say good night to everybody. I gotta jump off because.
Oh, absolutely, brother Super Sly, man. I appreciate you coming on, brother. Nice chop up tonight, man. You got to come back, brother. Got to come back.
For sure. Y'all have a good night.
Peace.
You too.
Peace, man. You too, fam.
Yeah, I think we're gonna
What
go ahead, man,
I'm about to
and
say
wrap
is gotta
this
be a
up.
little.
Go
Right.
ahead. Go ahead. You got it, Sage. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
We'll go ahead and go
my
out
bad.
with
Keep it
with
very
some
simple.
gems of knowledge.
Just like what he's talking about the art of war and 48 laws of power. This plays into this country's mindset and the people's mindset. The art of war was based on a guy who didn't really want to go to war, but he has tactics so he could win. The 48 laws of power is based on people trying to be slick to get ahead. And it's a long diatribe about what to do. And then it's a paragraph at the end of the chapter about this how you stop it because it's really sucker stuff. What happens now is this is the American mentality. And that's what I meant is at the end of the day, we're dealing with a society who says, I'm gonna be cool, I'm gonna go out with you as friends, then I'm gonna drug you, then I'm gonna punch you in the face, but I won. And people look and other people go, not really. This is how we're interacting with each other. This is what I was.
Right. I don't disagree with any of that. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Appreciate everybody coming up tonight, man. Any parting shots before we get up out of here? Before we peel out? Anybody want to go? Can.
Parting shot. The brothers, the ones that's in this together know they're in this together and should because when you say need, Negroes cringe unless it's something whole based.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
right.
Should respect. Hey, and peace, SKC, and should know that certain things you need to put aside to for the greater good. The drag in an old phrase: "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Even though enemy is a harsh word, but I know what they meant. Because there's people that I'm not 100% in tune with that I would rather team up with to defeat somebody that both of us can't stand, if that makes sense. Gotcha. You know what I mean? So gotcha. That's the way my brain goes. But black men, hey, be a man first. If you be a man first and know how either to lead or to follow, because being a good follower is actually more important, is equally as important as being a good leader. Somebody got to follow the sergeant, somebody. And the better his followers are, the further that sergeant can carry them. That's the part people don't understand. They just get hung up on I'm following somebody. The better y'all are at following, the further he can take you. And the faster he can get you out of this kill zone. So anyway, with that, y'all be good. I love talking with brothers, and we talking and we can laugh and be serious, and nobody gets there's no sour there's no bad feelings, or you know what I mean, or nothing like that. This is the stuff I like. If people like Absolutely. To watch it, fine. If they don't, fine. I like it. I like the camaraderie between men that are men and conduct themselves as men. All right.
Absolutely. And before you go, Brother
yes,
Taylor,
sir.
I'm letting you know that damn little rap routine you did, you know I record that.
No,
I recorded that shit. And I will be playing that shit on my next stream as my opener.
Oh, man. That is so funny.
Yes,
what is that, man?
I will be playing that shit. I'm going to try to mix some music in there if I can.
Hey, bro. You have carte blanche. You have carte blanche, my man.
I appreciate you, Brother Taylor, from coming through, man. I got your number, man. I'm gonna call you, brother. We gonna wrap.
All right, Zero. All right. Peace, LAR.
All right, later.
Peace. Any parting shots? Sage, Brother Zero.
Yeah, we can give Larry the last word. Yeah. Good talk, LAR. On a completely different note, my part in shots is basically on the whole thing we've been seeing over the last 6 months. So if men are serious about any type of power acquisition or anything like that, we can't be doing this thing where we're just living vicariously through one dude talking shit to bitches, and that's not even a shot at him. That's just what we're doing. And we can't do this thing where we just keep repeating over and over again, pointing out the quote unquote bad behavior of women and going, "See, I told you were like that." Like if we keep doing that, it doesn't matter. They have the power, and all they're gonna do is pull your whole card and say, "Yeah, I do." Then what? You know, and that's what's happening right now. All the conversations are, "See, I told you were like that." See, that's what all of this is. So doing that, okay, it's cool to understand what's going on, but to do that in perpetuity isn't really helping anybody. And then I look on more the socioeconomic side of things, where what is the play for the power? Like, aside from pointing out women's behavior and then, you know, saying, "See, what are you doing after that? What's the message to men?" You know, because the same chicks that are being talked shit to are the same chicks that are on the reform train that you're supposed to get your shit together and marry. Like, no. What's the power? What's the play for power on the marriage side? You still telling people to sign that fucking business contract? Are you giving them any information on how the business contract work? Or you just telling them to just go do it and then figure the shit out later once they get crushed? You telling them to vet all the way up into the divorce? Like that type of shit. Now, I get people do have successful relationships, successful marriage. Yay, good for you. However, the women that are being talked to are the majority. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation at large. They are the majority. And because they're the majority, they already know what power they have. So pointing at them and saying, "I told you have this much power and you're abusing it," doesn't mean anything. They're going to so what you. And then we're right back at square one, and then we reset the conversation and we have it over and over again, day after day after day, with no progression. So and all I hear is progression, male this, male that, man, alpha, and you're not going to get anywhere doing that. So at some point you're going to have to start, you know, one of the things you can start doing is just, if people believe that talking women out of power is actually going to work, then legit talk them out of power. Start talking to them about the non-state sanctioned route on marriages. It's not 100% effective. Nothing is, but it does protect you, and it protects you in a multitude of ways, as far as like kids and resources and shit. So, you know, you got to start somewhere. You can't just keep pointing at them and saying, "See." You got to start somewhere, and that's a good place to start. So I'll just end it with that.
Brother Zero, before you go, man, when I'm gonna get you in here for an interview, brother?
I will interview anytime. No problem.
Okay. I'm gonna try to hit you up maybe next week or the following week, man. Get you in here, man. Chop it up and shit, a little one-on-one shit. You know,
Right.
listen to some of this you know, some of this political stuff, man. And because I actually like your point of view of things, man. I mean, I listen to you a lot, and I take down a lot of shit you saying, man. It'd be nice.
Over there when I be trolling.
Yeah, I be listening to a lot of shit. I be reading the super chats, all that shit. I'm like, I gotta get Zero in, man. Just, you know, just chop it up with him and shit for a night, man. So I'm gonna hit you up, brother. Get you up in here, man. All right. My brother,
well, thanks.
peace.
I appreciate it. Yep.
The Sage. Parting shots, my brother.
Thanks for having me. Again, thank you. I just realized the topic and what Zero was talking about and how it connects. So I'm gonna keep it short as possible. In this space, we've had numerous conversations about things, and I think when we've moved on, people have gone back to those things. So we wind up in a situation where we're actually, when we're going forward, people come along and we have to go backwards to have the conversations that we already had. And some of us are making the arguments are old arguments, in the sense of we already hashed that out, but since somebody's new to the space, we got to rehash it and then realize it's probably getting in the way of our progression going forward. Because we don't have a bridge of people to say, hey, they already talked about this, they already talked about that. This is the direction from here, in this direction that they're going in now. So, you know, I see that's become a big problem. So that's it.
All right. I appreciate you, brother LAR, man. You you know you're my dude, man, and I got to get you back in here too, man. You know,
Anytime.
I'm back to doing these interviews with brothers, man. So you know, I'll be hitting you up, man. I'll be hollering at you, man. I'll be tagging that email at some point. I appreciate you,
You
brother.
got it. All love. Peace.
Peace. Yeah, folks, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, man. Good shit tonight, man. You know, I'm just gonna close with this, man. I mean, we talked about earlier, and of course, you know, all the serious shit that we talked about at the end of the show. Of course, this shit is not gonna make it into anyone's fucking video because see what they want to do is put the parts in, you know, that kind of continue their fucking spiel of what they think brothers are about. So this part, you know, you won't see anywhere else unless you watch this fucking channel, you know, because why would you listen to any of this talk about taxes and finances and economy and capitalism and communism? Because, you know, all we do is talk about women here, right, motherfuckers? But anyway, I'll say this, man. Tonight, brothers came together and talked, and not even all the brothers that I wanted to come. So I'm probably going to end up doing another one of these in due time, and get some of the other brothers together, you know. And like I said, they're going to be brothers that you probably won't see in the same stream at one time. I'm going to do this again. We'll have another show. We'll have another reckoning, I'll call them. Who knows? Maybe I'll call it the Reckoning series, being that this is the Prophet of Thought series. Maybe I'll call it the Reckoning series, where I get in a bunch of different personalities, your favorite YouTubers, the ones you know and love, and get them in here, man, and have them chop it up, you know. And the brothers came here, and I think that if we didn't prove anything tonight, we proved that a lot of the shit that's said about brothers, especially by people outside of the fucking the particular area, if you will, on this medium. A lot of the shit they say is BS, man. It's BS. It just is. It's BS. It is. So if you're going to talk about brothers, I'll give you a word of advice. Number one, tell the fucking truth. Number two, be willing to talk to the people that you're always fucking talking about. Number three, quit using everybody's shit. Because it's just a matter of time before shit starts to drop on you like a ton of fucking bricks. You know, it's sort of like y'all ever went to a batting cage, and the pitch machine, you know, it pitches a ball, you know, one at a time. And depending on how it's set, it's pretty easy to hit. It's pretty easy to bat on out the fucking park, depending on how you grip the bat. But when that machine malfunctions and you got 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, 9, 10, 20 balls coming at you at one time, it's fucking impossible to hit all them motherfuckers. In fact, quite a few of them motherfuckers are going to be hitting you. So keep that in mind. And I also suggest do a little more research. Because there's people that been here way fucking longer than most of you fucking obsessed fucking interlocutors trying to talk about history. Your fucking ass even wasn't even here to be talking about history. You weren't even here. And like I told the brothers tonight, I didn't know history only went back 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years. Bring up the real history. Who knows? A motherfucker might just be able to respect your research. Respect your commentary. Respect what you have to say. Because I don't respect motherfuckers who lie. I don't respect motherfuckers who lie on other people. Damn sure don't respect motherfuckers who lie on me. Because if you're going to give this blanket fucking description of something, don't you think it should be as accurate as possible? Especially you fucking people who claim to be these intellectuals. These motherfuckers who claim to be academics. These motherfuckers who claim to be smarter than every fucking body else on here. You sure got a funny fucking way of showing it. You sure got a funny way of showing it. So fucking clip this and play it. Bet you won't do that, will you? Of course not. Of course not. Why would you? This don't fit your goddamn narrative. And I'll say again, like I said a couple times before tonight, I can go any motherfucking way I want. And I don't have to worry about no fucking YouTuber creeping up on me because I said some bullshit about him. And I'll ask the question again of you obsessed fucking interlocutors. Can you say that? Better yet, can you say it? Mean it? And believe it? That's all. It's a small world. It's getting smaller and smaller every fucking day. Every day. Because guess what? I mean, since I've been living, since I moved to the new house a while back, shit, I done ran into like 4 people who know me from YouTube. And they didn't run up, with their gun out. They didn't run up with a knife. They didn't run up, trying to kill me. And give no reason to. Didn't even know him. I was shocked. They're like, man, I watch you, X, on YouTube. If someone runs into you from YouTube, will your experience be similar? Somehow I doubt it. Somehow I doubt it. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you do, too. Because you never know who's watching. And you never know who your black ass might just run into. I'm just saying. But anyway, good stuff tonight, man. One more last programming note, man, before we peel up out of here. Thursday, the young fella, Cut to the Chase, will be here, man, for an interview. Because y'all know we've been doing these interviews. We've been interviewing folks. And Thursday night, the young fella being here. I've been trying to get him in here for a couple months. But our schedules just kept clashing and shit. So Thursday, we finally was able to lock in a fucking date, and he'll be here, man, to chop it up, man, because the young fella's doing big things down there. And I do believe one of his videos went viral on World Star, I believe. I think one of them did, but I'll get a chance to ask him that a week from now. We're not going to do nothing, y'all, because tomorrow I'm actually leaving, and I'm taking off, and I'm going down south, and I probably won't be back here till Tuesday. I have something to do Wednesday, so we definitely not doing nothing Wednesday, but we right back at it Thursday night, and we'll probably do a show. We'll probably do a show Saturday, y'all. I got quite a few people, man, on deck, to come through, man. I've been booking them, y'all. I've been talking to them, and y'all, like I said, y'all gonna get some new looks, man, and you're gonna see some people that you never would expect to see right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You Negroes know. I see my man, Brother Art Nostal, in the house. What's good with it, Brother Art? Brother New, too. What's good with it, Brother New? Yeah, so that's what we got going on, man. I will see y'all a week from tonight. We'll be right back at it, like I said, with the young fella. And I appreciate all of y'all coming through tonight, man. I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate the cash apps, because I appreciate you brothers, man. I don't take you lightly. I never have, and I never freaking will. I want to send a shout out to Brother Zero, my man, Brother Supreme, Brother Super Sly, Brother LAR, and Brother Nick Taylor as well. I appreciate all the brothers, man. And like I said, man, I appreciate you good folks out there, man, and you good folks who hang out in here as well. So with that, and yeah, also y'all need to get down there, man, and check out my man, Brother Nate. Oh, and shout out to Brother Zero as well. We're going to get him in here too, man. We're going to lock him in here too. Let him come in here and drop something on us, because for some reason, man, I think people underestimate the intelligence of the guys who they see on these streams. I think they do, man. They underestimate their intelligence. They underestimate their resolve. And they also underestimate the fact that some of us probably live in your town. Probably underestimate that too. But yeah, shout out to Brother Zero as well. And like always, man, I appreciate all you good folks, man, for hanging out with us, man, spending some time with us and watching us, man, because it's always good, man, to be up here with you good folks. All right. So with that, I will leave you good folks with 3 words, like I always do. Open your minds.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, let's see, he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion. Three PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hear these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. that Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you with all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD. Didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up a paper until you read over and over and see white families? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops? My love was 42 times in the back of the head. Why do you think black cops are better? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, if we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it start on Thanksgiving, well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Flagstaff Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
Copy. San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind, your mind.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind. 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 O
your mind.